Bigger, better, bolder. The cold, hard truth is taking talk to the next level. Right here on Bobo 89.1 FM, Cayman's Community Radio. We are still spilling the tea and committed to being part of the change that Cayman so desperately needs. Join Sandy Hill weekdays from 7:30 a.m. for Premier Access, Cayman Voices, Truthful Thursdays, and much more. Cayman's #1 talk show is now bigger, better, bolder, and more than talk. Getting results with hot topics, consumer reports, court exposés, and more.
I've come to set the record straight. I've come to shine the light on you. Let me introduce myself. I am the cold, hard truth.
Now, from the CMR studio in Grand Cayman, live, direct, it's the cold, hard truth. Now, join the conversation on 345-936-2626.
That number again is
345-936-2626.
All right, folks. Good morning. Happy Thursday. We have got a show that is full of amazing guests today, so I want you guys to stay tuned. We've got several groups, actually, that are going to be coming on and joining us. So I think we're going to go with who is already here so that we keep everything as tight and on time as possible today. So let me go ahead and welcome our first guest. We're going to be talking about the upcoming Life Conference, which is actually this weekend. My goodness, where did the time fly? It seems like just yesterday we were talking about having this conference and getting some details on what the conference was going to be all about. Now we're here. Woo. Well, we're going to be speaking with a few of the guest speakers. So this is really an amazing opportunity for you to know exactly what you've got lined up for this weekend. Please, if you can, attend this amazing event. It's going to be their inaugural conference. So, first one, I say, why not be part of the group that's going to be there to see this amazing event take place? And you're welcome to call into the show this morning if you have any questions, 936-2626. The phone lines are open. But first, we've got Miss Erica. Oh, gosh, let me see if I can get this last name. Del Oglio, Executive Director of Life. I'm going to hope that I've gotten that right. Good morning, Miss Erica. Let me just pull you in here. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Yes, I'm doing great. So good to see you. Now, for some reason, I'm actually not seeing you, but I am. Hold on. There we go. Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much. So you can tell us a little bit, Erica, before we pull the other guests in, what you have been doing. I know it's down to the wire now, just a few days out from your inaugural conference. What has it been like trying to plan and organize this event?
Oh, it's been incredibly exciting, and it just all feels very real now. It's been in the pipeline for over a year. So yes, there's a lot of excitement around it. We feel really confident. We've got Tower Marketing who are running all those logistics for us. So we feel very confident that the day is going to go as smoothly as it can. We're very excited to have the incredible speakers that are going to be joining us this morning as well to have a chat with you, because they really are a wealth of knowledge, and it's really going to bring early childhood and literacy and the foundation for all education to the forefront, really, and for us all to have that national conversation. So yes, we are very excited. Good morning, Dr. Dan.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Dan. My apologies. I was just saying that we have Dr. Dan Woory, who's founder and president of the Early Childhood Policy Solutions. Tell me I didn't butcher that last name.
No, you were at Worry.
Worry. Close. All right. And it does get a little bit easier with Dr. Nicola Williams, who's the founder of Cooperative Nurturing Care. So let's go ahead and welcome Dr. Nicola. Hello, good morning. I think you might have yourself muted. So I know it happens. Just happened to me.
Oh, here we go. Good morning, everyone.
There we go.
Morning.
Good morning. And we also have Dr. Shannon Seymour, who's director of the Wellness Center.
Morning.
And no stranger to us here. Good morning, Dr. Shannon.
Good morning, everybody.
I think this is the most doctors I've had in a program. So good morning to all of you. This is exciting because, all of you are going to be speaking at this event. And before we get into the details of what your highlights will be, can we just go through who can actually attend this event? Because I think it's amazing that pretty much anybody can come, right?
Yes, anybody can come. It is a free to attend conference, and we are so grateful for our sponsors that have allowed that to happen. We would encourage really everyone and anyone, because it is in the best interests of our entire community to be there. So parents, educators, policymakers, business owners. Yes, it is free to event. It's from 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. on Saturday at the Kimpton. Registration is required. There is going to be no on-site registration. We've had an overwhelming response. Last night's numbers were, I believe, 396 people have registered.
Wow.
So please register if you are interested in coming. It's at lifeconference.ky so that we can have your name on that list.
Oh my gosh, that's amazing. But you're still people can still register even at this late stage.
Yes, that is correct. You can still register. So please do.
All right. Yes, folks, don't miss out on this opportunity. Please go to the website and get registered. We want to ensure that you can secure, a seat. But of course, there are logistics involved and why pre-registration is required. So this is fantastic. Right. So let's talk a little bit now with some of and we'll come back and circle back to those details and as well thanking a lot of the sponsors that have made this possible. But let's talk to some of the guests that we have on this morning who are going to be speaking at the events. We have Dr. Dan, who is a US-based expert in early childhood policy and brain development, and he's going to be delivering the keynote address, which is entitled "The Daycare Myth: What We Get Wrong About Early Care and Education." Ooh, Dr. Dan, I'm very, very interested in this because, as a mother, most moms at some point, we have to look at daycare options. And so tell us what we can expect to hear. Don't give too much away, though, because I want people to, make sure they're paying attention to your keynote presentation. But what are some of the things that we might get from you?
Well, first off, thank you for the invitation to be here. And I know I speak for my colleagues on the line here in saying how excited we all are about this event on Saturday, and honored to be a part of the inaugural event. The Daycare Myth is a book that I have written that has been out now for a little over a year. I've had the good fortune to be sort of traveling the United States and traveling the world here over the past year or so, talking about this book, which the primary message here is that we have a kind of a dangerous and a costly disconnect between what we know about the needs of young children and what we provide them, at least here in the United States. I won't make too many broad proclamations about things happening in Grand Cayman. I'll let you all sort of decide where there are parallels. But the title, the daycare myth, sort of gets to the idea that we in this country, at least for the better part of 100 years, have kind of fooled ourselves into believing that there is this thing called daycare or childcare that is separate and distinct from education. That on one hand we have school, and on another hand we have childcare, and that really flies in the face now of decades of brain science that suggests the importance of the in particular the period from prenatal to 3 as easily the most formative and critical window in all of human development. And so that we look at services provided to children during that period primarily as a caregiving exercise, as a sort of provision of basic health and safety, is really to miss the boat in a lot of ways. That we need to be thinking about how to optimize the development of young children. In the United States, childcare is seen historically and in terms of our investment primarily as a service to working parents, right? It's a workforce strategy more than it is an educational or a developmental strategy designed specifically for children. And so, during the keynote, I'll be sort of expanding on that theme, in the end, sort of the long-term cost to taxpayers of our failure to get things right in the first place.
So interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's important because so many of us do use, daycare as an option. It's not really even an option. A lot of us don't have a choice. So I'm definitely looking forward to your presentation, Dr. Karen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have Scott, who is also going to be speaking at the event on her report, Finding of Life's New Report, From Play to Progress, Strengthening Early Childhood Education in the Cayman Islands. Now, Dr. Shannon from the Wellness Center, she's going to be focused on wiring connections, the critical roles of caregivers in early childhood brain development. I'm also equally interested in this conversation because, Dr. Shannon, I've always said, it's so amazing that we have a lot of Caymanians in particular who rely on domestic workers to kind of be their substitute daycare. So in the very early formative years, even before children get into any formal education, and some kids will go straight to staying at home until they get to reception or maybe even grade 1 with a quote unquote helper or nanny or whatever term we want to call them these days. And I've been very, very curious about this because a lot of times those individuals are not equipped in any way, shape, or form to assist your child with early childhood brain development. And so I found it a little bit peculiar in thinking, how much are we, stunting the growth of our children by keeping this sort of, I don't really want to call it archaic, but we do keep this system of, just get a domestic worker. So we think the person who we've hired to, do our laundry and wash our clothes, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. But then we give them our children, our babies, and they become the primary caregiver for those children. And we don't have any real expectations in terms of, are they going to be sitting down talking to the child, even going over, engagement with the young babies and singing to them and, using proper language and, all these things. Like, I have mulled over this for many, many years. And I think that this life conference focused on the early childhood. And I'm so glad the minister's making this a priority as well. This is a critical conversation.
It is. And you've touched on sort of hours worth of conversation in your introduction there. I think we have often undervalued or not even valued at all the role of caregiving. And so to your point, we've often seen childcare as that thing that can be done by anybody, that thing that is sort of inconsequential, added on to sort of more important roles. And I think we do know that there are, when we look at the data of, birth statistics and then enrollment in early childhood centers in the Cayman Islands, we know that there's a significant number of children that are being cared for in the home. And so I think this conversation is really important. I'm going to be talking about what caregivers can do specifically to enhance that development that Dr. Dan talked about, that critical period of 0 to 3, 0 to 5. What is it that caregivers can do? And I'm going to leave the audience with some really specific, tangible tips that they can take away and start to implement or start to do, or start to think about, because I do, much to your point, agree that it's a conversation we just haven't really had. We've seen it as not something we really need to think about. We focused on, exam results in year 12 and economic outputs and things like that. And if we don't get this right at 0 to 3, those things become incredibly difficult to achieve later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I'm really going to enjoy your discussion. So, listen, if you are a caregiver, this is your opportunity as well to come out to the conference and to see what you can do. You're in people's homes if you're interested, especially if you're dealing with very, very young babies. I want to share a little bit of a personal experience where I decided to put my daughter at 8 months in daycare, So as an entrepreneur, I had a little bit of flexibility in my schedule. So I hired this young lady because, of course, I still have to work, right? I still have to get stuff done. And I hired this young lady to assist with Gianna, initially just on a 3-month permit. And so at that point, she was already like 6 months. She was a preemie. So of course, I'm going to be a helicopter mom. Yes, continuing even to this day. And I remember saying, come with me, because I had an office space that was conducive to, having a baby in that environment, and let's take toys and things to stimulate her. And we had almost like a living room like setup. And she would literally sit all day and soothe my daughter just so that she could sleep. And then she was sitting there watching Grey's Anatomy and catching up on all the episodes that I had at my TV system, right? And, she got really glaring references previously working with a slightly older child. But I think it was just because she was really kind. She was very, very nourishing. She obviously loved babies, but the lack of stimulation, the lack of play, I saw right away as a red flag. And, I remember saying to my husband, this isn't quite what we need, because if she's doing this right in front of me, imagine, what she's going to be doing if I'm not even there. She's going to probably just leave Gianna in her, in her crib, and she'll get no interaction. And so we made the decision to not go with any kind of domestic help at that time, and to put her in daycare. And then we would, juggle our schedules in terms of drop off and pick up and whatever. You know what was so amazing, Dr. Shannon? Immediately within a couple weeks of her being in that daycare environment, it was like a light bulb. And I know obviously babies are developing, so they have a natural cycle of development, but I saw just things firing. Like I felt like I could almost feel and see in a demonstrative way her brain cells just firing, and she was picking up stuff, and she was interacting even more. And, being around other babies and being around people who were talking to her, who were engaging her, and who had structure throughout the day was so critical, even at 8 months.
Well,
even at 8 months.
Yeah. And it starts during gestation, during pregnancy. Babies' brains develop through connection to adults. They are dependent on adults to do the wiring. And so that's going to be the message of my talk, and the emphasis on what caregivers need to be doing, whether it's an in-home caregiver, a parent themselves, a grandparent, an early childhood educator, an auntie. We all have an important role to play in caregiving young children in this community. And so I'm glad that you shared that story. I want people to be interested in coming to the conference and learning from all of us.
Yeah, this is fantastic. All right, not to be outdone. We've got Dr. Nicola, who is from Cooperative Nurturing Care, and she will present on equity and excellence in the early years, investing in a better present and future for young children and their families, caregivers, and communities. That's a really long one, Dr. Nicola. Break that one down for me.
There we go. Yeah, anyone who knows me, I can be a little long-winded, so why not have a title that's long-winded as well?
Yes. So tell us a little bit about what we can expect from your presentation.
Well, actually, the three presentations go together quite well. The Cooperative Nurturing Care Cayman is an initiative of the Cayman Islands Early Childhood Association. It's a partnership between UCCI, University College of the Cayman Islands, the Ministry of Social Development, and Help for Children was one of our big financial supporter. And the idea of the program was an integrated program for families. Some of the families in the program were with accessing services, social services from DFA, Department of Financial Assistance, and some of the families were, the program was housed at Tiffany's Preschool. So some of the families were parents of Tiffany's Preschool who would have been there. The program was housed in Tiffany's Preschool. So it was a nonprofit program housed within Tiffany's Preschool. And then we also had families that paid the cost of high quality care, which is anywhere from about $1,400, depending on the age of the child, about $1,400, $1,500 per month per child for high quality care. So we had some parents paying the full fee, some paying the Tiffany's fee, and then some they were supported by Department of Financial Assistance, thanks to our Honorable Premier Andre Ebanks, who was hugely influential in getting this program off the ground. The program is an initiative of the Cayman Islands Early Childhood Association as well. And for anyone who doesn't know about the Cayman Islands Early Childhood Association, it was started back in 1997 by a group of incredible and very dedicated early childhood professionals who also had a lot of foresight. Back in 1997, this was before the big explosion of research in neuroscience and economics and so on. And they were out there forming this association and advocating for young children and their care. Most of the work that they have done and do is in teacher training. And so connected with the Cooperative Nurturing Care Program, the Cayman Islands Early Childhood Association started a certificate program in early child development at University of the West Indies. And then more recently, we started an associate's degree program at UCCI in partnership with UCCI. Therese Parker has been amazing, and Shannon and Erica were both in the meetings, the collaboration team meetings to get this program off the ground. And the Cooperative Nurturing Care Program is part of this because the student teachers did their practice teaching placements in the program. And so I'm presenting that program basically and why it is important. And, one of the biggest reasons it is important is if you look at the challenges in early childhood around the world, and I know that we'll be talking about them at the conference, two of the major ways to address these challenges. One is through teacher training and education, especially training specific to early childhood, because it is a specialized field. It's not the same as teaching elementary or secondary or university. It is its own specialized field, and there is a lot to know. I believe, having taught every age group all the way up, there's more to know to be in teaching 0 to 5 than there is any other age group, which, a lot of people would be surprised to hear me say that. So teacher training is the one thing that addresses a lot of challenges. And the second thing is equitable access to high quality early childhood programming. There are a lot of families around the world and in the Cayman Islands who are priced out of high quality care because they can't afford the fees. And within home care too. And it's important to note that anyone who is looking after a young child in any community is doing something very important. And they need and deserve our support for them and also for their child as well. Children don't have a voice, young children, right? 0 to 3. It's very hard. To your point, your child can't until maybe 3. They can tell you a little bit. Until then, they can't tell you what their day was like.
Mm-hmm.
Can't tell you how well they were cared for. Did they have that warm, responsive caregiving that they need and deserve? Did they get opportunities to explore and play? They can't tell us. And so I think, and it shouldn't just be fall to parents either. I think as a community, there's a collective responsibility to ensure that all the children, certainly 0 to 3 in your community, are cared for and getting what they need and deserve. I believe that early childhood is everybody's business, not just for the impact it has on present and future society, but just as sort of a responsibility that we all have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I certainly could not agree with you more. So really, really looking forward to these presentations. Wow, this is heavy hitter. I see the real Michelle, super curious, wondering if the event will be live streamed on Saturday. If you can't make it to the conference, I doubt it. So tell me.
No, it's not going to be live streamed.
Yeah, because they want you to come out and
We
to
really would like to
participate.
have you in the room. Yes, please.
Yes. Yeah. And then normally tell us a little bit more about how the event is going to be set up, because I know in the past you get to see, there'll be early childhood, centers or different experts there with tables and booths, and you get an opportunity to engage and talk with all of these professionals, and that's another reason why you'd want to come out, because a live stream wouldn't really give you the ability to see any of that, right?
That's correct. We do not have any workshops. It is all going to be based with the presentations, but as you can see, all these speakers are incredibly informative and engaging, and I think the day is actually going to fly by, so with a lot of information, but I do believe that we're going to come away with it, one, with a better awareness of how important early childhood care and education is, and with some tips, like Dr. Shannon said, we're going to understand that there is a bigger picture and that we all have a small part to play in this. So there is, like I said, the registration will be, it's going to start at 9. So if you can be there, just to have your name ticked off, because you're going to have registered already. So we will have coffee breaks. We do have a lunch, and there will be some sponsor booths. You'll be able to interact with the Early Childhood Association, because they will be there to share more about themselves. And yes, it's just going to be a wonderful day. So please do register and come out to learn more.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So just a little bit of the run of show. There's going to be 2 panel discussions. One is turning from play to progress. Again, very, very interesting. And then the second panel discussion will be strong start, strong future, a call to action for early childhood. Fantastic lineup. I'm definitely looking forward to even the Honorable Ralston Anglin, who's going to be there. And by the way, he'll be on tomorrow's show as well. And we know that from the last appearance he made on the program last week, Friday, he talked about his focus, again, going back to early childhood. And as parents, as community members, as aunts, uncles, we all have a role to play in trying to support, families, single mothers, single dads, whatever the situation will be in those extremely, extremely formative years. So this is a great conference. Lifeconference.ky is the website address. You can get more details there on registration. So you can still register. Don't miss out on this opportunity, folks. They've got record numbers already, but there's still room for more. And one of the highlights of the conference will be this report,
that is
From
correct.
Play to Progress. My apologies. And this report was actually commissioned by Life and conducted by KPMG, and it gives the first comprehensive look at early childhood education in the Cayman Islands. Can we just get a kaboom for that? Why is it 2025 and we don't have this yet? But you know what? We've got it now. So this is amazing. And I think the details that we're going to find out about that report as it's tabled, so to speak, I think is going to be amazing.
I'm really excited I'm really excited to hear the KPMG report, because I think we need to sort of, have our eyes wide open regarding some of the challenges. There's a heavy emphasis on what a caregiver should be doing, and that responsibility that a caregiver, whether that's an in-home caregiver, an early childhood educator, or a parent. But I think recognizing things like the majority of caregivers in our country are living below the poverty line. And so there's a lot of factors that we need to look at holistically as a whole country if we really, really, really mean what we say when we say that we want to invest in early childhood. What does that mean? And I think this report is going to guide us immensely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we know that it's going to provide a roadmap for improving literacy and learning outcomes, and hopefully will serve as a foundation for future action across both public and private sector. So folks, the event is this weekend. Today is already Thursday, so time is definitely running out, but you still have an opportunity to register. Please go to the website now, call to action. It is lifeconference.ky. Go ahead and get registered. Make sure you show up. It's going to be held at the Kimpton Seafire Resort and Spa this Saturday, starting at 9 a.m. until 4 p.m. And the theme for it this year, their inaugural conference, is Early Childhood, Strong Start, Strong Future. And again, an incredible response with over 350 registrations thus far. There is limited space remaining, so don't delay. And there will be no on-site registration. So you've got to secure your spot today. Free to attend. It's free. I mean, what more could you possibly ask for? Yeah. Open to everyone, educators, caregivers, nonprofit leaders, parents, and anyone who's passionate about early childhood and literacy in the Cayman Islands. The goal of the conference is to explore how strengthening early childhood systems can improve educational outcomes and overall well-being in our community. And this conference is really important because, we're trying to tackle the literacy program in the Cayman Islands, and investing in early childhood education doesn't just help individual children, it strengthens families, reduces inequality, and builds a more prosperous Cayman for everyone. And so that is why this really, really matters. Check out their social media pages, Life Cayman, for additional information updates. Dee has a question. She says, will there be an opportunity to attend virtually for those of us in the sister islands?
Unfortunately not. No, unfortunately not. Sorry. We will have a highlight video that will go out. The KPMG report will be publicly available after Saturday on our website, and also that conference website that you just mentioned, Sandy. So that information will be there. And yes, please reach out to us at Life, and we can definitely share all the information with you. But unfortunately, we are unable to live stream it this year.
Yeah. All right. Maybe for future, not live streaming it, but I see her point that if you had almost like a webinar option where people could register for that. All right. Something to think about maybe for,
Thank you.
Yeah, for future events. Thank you so much to Miss Pat, who's an advocate for education, as am I. There's a tongue twister there. She says, good morning. This is such a critical conversation. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Ms. Pat. And I think those of us who have been impacted in such a positive way by education know what a difference those critical years can really, really make. So folks, don't miss out, lifeconference.ky. Let's take this opportunity now, Erica, to thank some of the sponsors who have really made this event possible.
Yes, it's a huge, huge thank you, because it is allowing it to be a free-for-all conference. And so a big thank out to just some of those. CMR, thank you, Sandy. DART, Cereba, Tower, CLRE, Khan, Maples, Wheaton Precious Metals, the Ministry of Education, and Rotary Central, just to name some of those. So thank you, everybody who has been involved in making Saturday possible.
All right, fantastic. So I will definitely be there. So I will see all of you on Saturday, and I'll be getting some sound bites and stuff as well. So not to worry, to the CMR family, if you're not able to attend, you know I've got you. Next week, we can certainly discuss some of the findings. I'll be taking detailed notes, folks. Don't worry. So thank you so much. We've got Erica, Dr. Shannon, Dr. Dan, and Dr. Nicola. We really appreciate you guys coming on with us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Fantastic. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Okay,
you too.
folks. And like I said, we've got, hold on 1 second. There we go. We've got a busy morning in store for you with lots of great information. So give me 1 quick second. I'm going to just take a really quick break. And I want to remind you guys that you still have 1 day to register for the formerly the Heroes Day Awards, but this year is focused on infrastructure. And so they extended the deadline until the 31st, which is tomorrow, but you still got, basically a day left, day and a half, I guess, technically, to go ahead and get someone nominated. So here's some information on that.
Infrastructure is more than roads and buildings. It's our lifeline.
From pioneers who paved the first paths to today's crews and engineers who keep us going.
They power hospitals, connect families, and help us after natural disasters.
Let's honor the people behind Cayman's progress.
Nominate someone who built or maintained our Cayman Islands.
At gov.ky/YSCH. Click Nominate today.
The Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture and Heritage is pleased to announce that the nominations for the 2026 National Recognition Awards are now open. Nominate individuals and groups who played a key role in developing the Cayman Islands' physical infrastructure. The categories include landmark leaders, infrastructure innovators, and the builders of Cayman. Visit gov.ky/YSCH. Click on the Nominate button to make a nomination. Here is a step-by-step guide to fill out the form. Before starting, please read the instructions, the award categories, and the eligibility criteria. Step 1. Enter your personal information and select the award category for the person or group you are nominating. Click Yes to confirm that your nominee meets the criteria. Step 2. Enter the nominee's full name, date of birth, and district. Indicate their current status, whether living or deceased, and ensure you have the current contact information for your nominee and their next of kin. Fill out the submission detail and provide any supporting documents and a reference to support your nomination. Step 3. Review your submission and make any changes by clicking the previous button. When you are ready, confirm and agree to the terms and click Submit Form to make your nomination. A thank you notice will confirm that the nomination was received, and a copy of the application will be sent to your email. Your nomination will be reviewed and considered by the National Recognition Awards Committee, and only successful nominees will be contacted and recognized at next year's National Heroes Day ceremony. Remember, you can submit multiple nominations or browse our frequently asked questions by visiting the National Recognition Awards tab at gov.ky/YSCH. We look forward to receiving your nomination.
Alrighty. We are back in the studio. Good morning, everyone. Don't forget, if you're sometimes in the morning, people, I can't find the link. The best way to find it in the mornings is to go to join our WhatsApp channel. If you need the link to join WhatsApp channel, please message me. It's actually really, really simple to do so. And the beautiful thing about joining it is that you make sure you turn on your notifications, and then you get the alerts every single morning. You get the YouTube, the Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on CMR TV. When somebody just mentioned that there's a little issue with CMR TV this morning, we'll get that sorted out for tomorrow. But in the meanwhile, try to, try to find us on those other options. Okay. So, yes. All right. So we're going to move on now to some other guests. We're going to be talking about Gimistory, which is here again. I mean, it seems like it was just last week, but the time is flying. So this is an annual event. The Gimistory Storytelling Festival is here coming up in early November. The theme this year is Welcome to Storyland, and it's going to be held on Grand Cayman from November the 4th through the 7th, and then they move on to Cayman Brac on November the 8th. So this is a nightly event, 7 p.m. in Grand Cayman, and then for the Brac showcase is going to be at 2 p.m. So we're going to get into all the details this morning about the locations, sponsors, you know, who can attend, the whole 9 yards. Let's go ahead and welcome into the studio with us this morning. Hold on one second. Miss Cassandra Shea.
Yes. Morning.
Got it. Oh, these names this morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good. So good to see you. So let's talk about Gimistory this year. Tell us what's going on and what we can expect from this annual event.
So this year, Gimistory will be in 4 different districts, and then we'll be going to Cayman Brac. We have some storytellers today because I know that, you know, they'll be
We're going to pull them in here in a second.
Oh, great. They'll be able to talk about their experience, what they'll be talking about, their storytelling. But just to celebrate the oral traditions of Cayman and Caymanian storytelling in general, we will be starting off on Tuesday, the 4th of November in West Bay Heritage Park. And then we'll go to East End Heritage Park on the Wednesday, the 5th. The 6th, we will be going to Cardinal Avenue in Georgetown, and then Duppy Story Nights at Pedro on the Friday. And that's a spooky night. It's going to be a lot of fun. There are food vendors for every single district. And then please come out. It's for the family. It's free to the public. We are so excited to be sharing stories this year. And we will have international storytellers as well. So we've got some Trinidadian storytellers coming to perform as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, this is, I mean, if you've never heard of Gimistory, it's an amazing event and you got to go. So let's go ahead and bring in some of the talent for this year. Giselle Webb. Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Morning.
So good to have you here. So Giselle is no stranger to anyone who has followed Cayman in the performing arts area for a minute. She's involved in a lot of different things. She's very, very passionate, Caymanian that is very passionate for the arts, and she's dedicated her life to really just celebrating Caymanian and Caymanian culture. From the CNCF's Young at Arts, and the Cayman National Dance Company, the Dance Unlimited group, to representing Cayman at Carafesta 2000, 2003, 2019, and the Aberdeen Youth Festival in 2005. Giselle's talent has taken her around the world, gets to represent Cayman, yes. You may actually recognize her as well from CNCF's Rundown from 2009 to 2021. She was in that for a number of years, and also in last year's What Happening comedy show. She has appeared in favorites like Pirates Princess, Moon Over Rainbow, Shawl, Downside Up, The Honeymoon Over, Fat Chance, and Gimistory Girl. You like full-time
everything. It's a lot.
Yes,
correction. Moon Over Rainbow, Shawl, Honeymoon Over was Marcia Matu and Fat Chance as well. But I've done several others. So
amazing.
We're no stranger to the stage.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic. And so tell us a little bit in terms of what you'll be doing for Gimistory this year.
So I think we have a whole plethora of storytellers, a lot of local ones. My colleagues, you will hear Josepha Martinez, Ivana Martinez, there is Camille Angel. They're excellent storytellers. But what I realized in my experience, there wasn't enough Caymanian stories being retained, right? So I think now we're moving from telling other people's stories to writing our own the last 2 years. So we will have something original. Usually it's based on some experience of our own for many of us, or what our granny tell us. Yeah, because that's how we share our values, our culture. It blends generations. Many
Yeah.
children don't know what quarters is. Yeah, what is a quarter? Nobody don't know what duppy is. They don't know what a Caymanian sound like. In some of the schools, we sound like Disney kids all the time. So
Yes.
it's a free event. I think it's entertainment for the family. Everybody should come out. It's free. Come have some food. Buy some food. A lot of fish and jerk chicken and
Good food.
everything.
Food.
And there's
Yeah.
a story for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this is fantastic. We're going to bring in also another storyteller, Miss Josefa Martinez, and she brings over 30 years. 30 years? Are y'all sure about that? She looks too young. She looks too young. She brings over 30 years of performance experience to the stage and is thrilled to return for Gimistory 2025. A longtime cast member of the beloved local play Rundown since 2007. As you can imagine, her and Giselle, their paths cross a lot. They work together quite a bit as well. And she's been recognized numerous times by the CNCF. And including receiving the award for her high school graduation. So she's been doing this since she was a wee bit of a little teenager, and she continues to do it. Good morning, Josefa. How are you?
I am good, Sandra. I am shocked that you can't remember me after 30 years.
You know, when I see the face, of course, I'm like, yep, she's been around for a minute. I just can't believe it's 30 years.
Right?
That's the part that's
Good
unbelievable.
morning. I am good. I am good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very, very good. Thank you so much. She has represented Cayman internationally all over the globe, Jamaica, New York, Canada, through music and theater and performing, with Cayman schools. And you've been around. You've been around for a really, really long time. So Thank you so much for joining us. Now, the last time I saw you, funny enough, you were actually at a literacy event that Life they were just on. That they were hosting. And you guys were doing storytelling and, demonstrating the importance of even that when it comes to like literacy. So tell us what we can expect to hear from you this year.
Well, like Giselle said, we haven't been hearing a lot of Caymanian stories. So what we have done this year, which we're leaning towards more telling our stories of what we've been experiencing in Cayman when we were younger, also what we've seen in order for us to keep the culture alive, in order for us to be able to keep Cayman alive, because we can't be telling all the stories that are out there and don't be telling our stories. I think you were also there last year when I did Gimistory at the school. Remember when I was talking about how we stole mangoes, how we eat the mangoes, they juice it with salt, lime, and vinegar, and then we run from people, which is something that
I was well invested in the mango story. You
even raised your hand when we were like, we don't steal, we borrow.
Exactly. I was definitely into it.
So basically, I will be doing not a similar story, but I definitely will be doing a story of my childhood as well that happened in Cayman. And whoever wants to see hear the story, come out and listen, because it's about me racing, and you gotta know if I win or lose. I gotta be racing my siblings. When we used to race our siblings and be competitive and think, I can win. Well, let's see if I can win. You guys tune in to see if I can win. So make sure you come on, everybody, to see if I won. I wasn't all this size all the time. I was skinny back in the day, and I used to be a little fast. So you got to come out and see. But that's basically what we want to bring to the table. We want to bring to the table culture, things that happened back in the day, remembering, reminiscing, keeping it alive, making sure that what the stories that our grandmas told us, like Giselle said, stay alive, make sure that they are well taught, make sure they're well told, make sure that they carry it out. And that's basically what we want to bring to life. We don't want to just be saying stories that we read in books. We want to be also making everybody feel like they're actually in storyland, which will go together with our theme this year. So I'm very excited about that and very proud that I am a part of this, and hopefully everyone will enjoy it. Again, it's free to come and visit. You'll have food there and everything. So just come and bring your kids, and you'll see that you'll enjoy it. So much fun, so much safe fun as well too.
Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. Fantastic. No, this is going to be an exciting time. So I just want to go through all of the locations and the, dates so that everybody knows, Cassandra, exactly where they need to be and when they need to be there. So the first one is coming up on Tuesday, November the 4th at
Correct.
7 p.m. Please come on time, folks. And this is going to be at the West Bay Heritage Park. So we're starting in West Bay first, next to the Ed Bush Playfield.
Correct. And there will be youth tellers as well. So we've been working with some of the schools, and so they will be starting out the night. Then we'll have our local and international tellers perform. And of course, we have musicians too. So we have drummers. Randy will be drumming, and we've got Benil doing some music as well to support the storytellers.
Fantastic. Oh, I love Benil. Another amazing young man, Cayman talent listen, if you haven't seen it, you've got to go, because it really demonstrates how much amazing talent we have on this island. All right. So we go from West Bay on Tuesday. The next stop is going to be
East End.
East End. Wow. We go from one extreme of the island to the next. So then we go to East End on Wednesday, the 5th of November, and we'll be at the East End Heritage Park. Beautiful. I love the artwork, by the way, for the flyers.
That is designed by Nasaria Sakushalet. She helped bring this idea and theme to life. And this is one of a beautiful piece this year. And working with visual artists for our theme was one of the highlights of Gimistory this year.
Yeah, I love it. And let me just go back to the previous one. So this one, of course, you've got the donkey, the pig, rooster, and my little friend, the Guti. He made it. He's in there. So cute. It's for those of you who are on social, obviously you can see it. Our radio listeners, I do it no justice by saying it's just absolutely beautiful. Under the moonlight, Gimistory. This is gorgeous. So again, same thing, local food vendors, musicians, and more for all ages. Please come out and bring the children, because they really, really enjoy this. And then we go from East End, and where do we go next?
Georgetown.
There we go, Cardinal Avenue. And so will it be the same thing from one venue to the next, or do you kind of mix it up a little bit?
So there's always something special each night. Every storyteller they may have multiple stories. They may have one story. There may be different storytellers each night. And of course, we've got Mr. Murray Black Sage, who is a calypso extempo performer. So what he does is he improvises a piece with the audiences every single night. And he will pull pop culture. He will pull references to what's currently in the news and the media. Watch out, because anything that's currently trending, he may talk about. And he'll sing about it in a calypsonian format and share that with the audience. And I think that's magical, because every single night is special and different.
Absolutely. This is fantastic. And then we have Duppy Night after that. And that is going to be at Pedro Castle.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we wanted it to be extra spooky this year. We've got we've partnered with Compass TV to help us with getting this recorded as well, for preservation and archival purposes, as well as educational purposes for preserving language and heritage. And Duppy Night is one of the most popular nights. Usually it's at Smith's Cove. And usually it's there by the beach, but we thought a little change this year might be special.
Fantastic. Love it. Love it. Love it. So, so folks, please don't miss this amazing opportunity. This again is the annual Gimistory event. They're going to have diverse lineup of storytellers, both local and regional, sharing tales of heritage, myth, folklore, song, and performance. Some international representation, and of course, lots and lots and lots of locals. Randy Chalette will be there on drums. You've got Leslie Ann Bernard, Hilton Grace, like a whole lineup of amazing talent. And not to be outdone by the talent, but as a complimentary option, food will be available for purchase. And of course, the usual fried fish and fritters, some stewed Cayman style beef, all the things that we've grown to love as part of our Cayman culture. Barbecue chicken, stewed turtle. This is making me hungry.
Already hungry.
Wilkes, fried lobster, macaroni pudding,
Oh my
cassava
gosh.
cake, custard top, heavy cakes. Oh, I'm not telling you to come for the food, but
sample.
I mean, it's
come for the food. Come for the food, but stay for the story.
Exactly. There we go. There we go. There we go. And I love that you also include Cayman Brack. So Cayman Brack will not be left out.
Nope, it's on the 9th.
And there's a date change. There has been a date change for the 9th.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys will get a little break in between performances to be able to get over to the Brack. Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah.
So on the 9th will be the Cayman Brack event.
Yes, and that's at the Veterans and Seamen Society Hall.
Okay. Fantastic.
For any references, people can check out the Facebook page and the IG page at Cayman Culture. If you really want to go back and find out the dates, please check out our social media page. Stay tuned in and show up.
There's behind the scenes pictures. There's going to be there might be some engagement, some, giveaways. You'll see. Keep an eye out on our social platforms.
Bring your kid, bring your granny, bring your dog. We got it.
Everybody.
Mm-hmm. Bring everybody.
Everybody.
Going to be a good event. Going to be an event to remember. It gets better and better every year, especially like how we have new different stories. Like I said, local stories, Caymanian stories. It's always good to listen to these stories to make sure that you keep it preserved and alive.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Lavana, good morning. Island Pearl says, blessed good morning to all. Buenos dias to Miss Alba. So yeah, this is going to be exciting. I'm really, really excited. I will definitely be there. I think probably for the Pedro Castle one, because that's the closest one to me. So I will make it out. Now, of course, all of us are a little bit pensive because the mosquitoes are kind of crazy. So tell us what we should do to have an enjoyable event minus the mosquitoes biting us up.
Well, Cassandra, you want to take this one over, or you want me to say
No, Joseph, you can take this one.
Let's talk about this the right way. Now, back in the day in Cayman times, people used to walk around with their smoke pot. Make sure you put bush in that pot and you burn it and make sure all that smoke come out and kill all them little mosquitoes. But also, of course, there's off that you can also put and spray on your body. I don't know if we're gonna have any there, so make sure you bring your own. Be prepared, so that you can kill them, swap them off. Bring your SWAT if you need. Bring it. The boy not gonna watch you. And kill the little buggers. But yeah, that's basically what you should do. You can bring a smoke pan, blow them out, and also you can also use your off as well. I don't think there will be so much like that. Usually every night the mosquitoes fly away after 6 o'clock or 7, to be honest with you, from our experience. But you never know, right? Make sure you wear long clothes, big clothes, sweatpants. Bring your clothes, sweatpants, long pants.
we need a Gimistory about these mosquitoes, man. They're ridiculous.
You're right. I think about that one for next year.
They kind of rough, and they out all. I'm out 10 o'clock at night. They be trying to bite me.
Yeah, they'll take you away. Those ones.
I mean, they're kind of rough at the moment. A little bit of rain that we've been having.
Your ears.
Yes.
Yeah. I swear I see one flying up in my studio right now. I saw him slap him.
Hold me to it. Next year, Sandy and the mosquito.
Yeah.
And the mosquito.
How the mosquito made it on Ma Road.
On Ma Road.
Listen, I had a story about a cockroach once, so it can happen. It can happen.
Oh, good.
Island Curled says, those Martinez sisters are some awesome drama queens from primary school. They've been involved in NFA, drama clubs, and much more. So yes, your sister also is a performer.
Yes, she is.
She's amazing as well. Miss Anita says, good morning. Love the themes artwork for Gimistory this year. And
yay, thank you.
Nasara, she did an amazing job. I mean, it is
amazing,
absolutely beautiful. Yeah. And
I want to say also that I am very happy and proud that CNCF, thank you, Cassandra, and CNCF, that you guys have incorporated Miss Suku for everything. She deserves all her flowers, and she deserves the recognition. So that's, I'm really thankful for that. She was my teacher from high school, and ever since she's been, so I'm really, yes, Sandra, 30 years. And ever since she has been inspiration and a mentor. So I'm very happy that she's being recognized.
And to be clear,
I do want to acknowledge that
storytellers, which we are very grateful for, to help us
Yes.
improve the craft, the skill.
Yes,
so Thank you, CNCF.
Yay,
Nasaria, you are the one.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nasaria has been very, very important to the workshops and development of these original stories. She's currently working on quite a few storytelling projects, which I think are amazing and beautiful. And we're so excited to be supporting her, as well as the fact that she has just been collaborating with us for these workshops. And one of the things that Gimistory we've added in is a series of developmental workshops around storytelling, so that leading up to the festival, the local storytellers, and even and international, if they ever wanted to come in, and they work one-on-one with Nasaria to develop their stories. And it's been really, really, it's just really rewarding. It's been really rewarding to see.
Sandra, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but we haven't mentioned the schools where we will be doing storytelling at the schools from the 3rd of November to the 7th of November around all the schools in the Cayman Islands, school tour, to tell the stories, which is where I've seen you many times. We meet there again later this year. So the schools would also get a taste of what we have as well. They will be personalized at all the schools, most of the schools that have contacted us, and we've contacted them. So that's also something that will be taking place. We're not just doing the Heritage Days at night. We're also doing some days in school during the day as well next week. So we're really busy. Yes.
Yes. Well, Lisa's giving you a big shout out, girl. She said it's been a minute. Go, girls.
Thank you. Yay. Hi.
And Tartarian says, yep, bring your smoke pot or the SWAT. A racket SWAT is fun.
Come on, the Caymanians now. Yes.
Come up with some Vicks. You good?
Yeah, understand.
You're good to go.
I got some bug bites this morning. I feel it. I'm like, oh man, they got me last night. Tartarian says, Sandra, remember when you did that episode on the mosquitoes? I did. I don't even remember. So many episodes, they all go together. Shaquille Heath also says that Priscilla Pucci does a great job.
Yes,
with reading storytelling.
You'll be there.
She's there this year.
Yep, she's there this year. Another amazing Caymanian talent. We have a lot of, Giselle, I want your take on this a little bit here. We have a lot of talented female performers, but men, I mean, we'll have some musicians, drums, and so on. But when it comes to storytelling, why do you think that women dominate the storytelling arena?
We are the nurturers of
we're the communicators,
we are the ones
right?
home telling the children what to do, what not to do, how to do things. Like, do you know why you don't throw your hair in the garbage? These are tales that we learned from our maternal parents, like grandparents, helpers. It's not the men. And the men they need to be more committed. Come in, man. We welcome you.
We do have one this year. We do have one this year, though. We have Hilton this year. And I know last year we had Arthur, and they did really well. So let's pick up the little man. Them
and I know
came and tell his
King
stories.
Has participated in
King,
I know King has participated in the past.
Exactly. But Giselle is right. We rule. Giselle is right. We rule. We dominate. We tell the story. We live the story. We live the story. You live in the mosquito story right now. We telling our grandma tell us the story all the time. Grandpa just jumped in and said, "That's true. I remember."
That's like there was Mr. McLaughlin in a brack. He always had fishing stories. He tell fishing and the bird story. They do have men.
The boo bird,
on stage and tell us.
Yes. And men are spot.
Yeah. We would love to see more men engage with Gimistory in the future as well.
Absolutely. Come on out, man. Come on out. We want to see you guys.
Some younger boys, storytellers come out. Yep.
So Island Pearl says we need many more like Matt Brown. Yeah. I'll tell you, that's never a dull moment. There's never a dull moment with him. So
never.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I missed the show this year. What happening? Because it was
Oh, it
kind of
was
like
awesome.
close to travel, and yeah, so I'm sorry I missed it. I don't know if it was recorded, but I'm going to check with Matt to see if I can get a little sneak peek. But there's nothing like being there in person. It's such an amazing show. True, we're good at listening, says Paul the man. The men clean. Hear him now. The men claim that they're good at listening. I see what you just did there, Paul. That was slick. Well, this is coming up, folks. You don't want to miss this opportunity. Starting on Tuesday, November the 4th. It's sure to be a good time. That's this upcoming Tuesday, by the way. Tomorrow's like the end of the month.
Yeah.
So, get ready. This is going to be an absolutely amazing event. One of the things that CNCF does every single year. Now, I don't know, did you get the memo that CMR had invited you guys to do a collab on or CMR TV and have like a CNCF show?
So I think Natalie did an introduction, and it's been passed along, so I will be responding.
All right, awesome. Because I think this would be a great opportunity to, every single week remind people about Caymanian culture and what CNCF does.
Yes,
I'll leave it with you, and hopefully you can get back to us. Tartarian says the men told a lot of stories at the older persons event at the town hall. They were very engaging, so we got to get some of those involved maybe next year. Mm-hmm. So maybe what we do is, we feature the men, make them headline like a Gimistory one year.
Keep them up.
Yeah, put a spotlight right on them.
Why not?
Special guests.
Men as storytellers.
We support them.
Of course. We have got to. We've got to. Yeah. I love it. You guys are so funny. All right.
All of this fun. We collaborate together. Make sure you come out and watch us do all this fun stuff on stage and enjoy and have a good laugh. You need belly laughs. You need belly laughs. Remember that laughing burn calories. So come out.
I have been trying to lose weight. I'm so glad you said that. So as I'm sitting there having some Cayman style beef, I'll be burning that by laughing at the same time.
Exactly, Sandra. Win-win. It's a win-win.
Trust me, squat and bumpy tight. Yeah, we love it.
And you guys can do some squats with us. All right, listen, it's 8:41. Speaking of doing squats, I don't know if you guys have been watching my squat challenge.
I'm there.
All right.
You're there? Giselle, you ready? Okay. Cassandra, we have been committed to doing a little squat challenge here on the morning show. So for every hour that we're sitting, we get up and we do some squats. I want you ladies to get up. Now, I know you're in a car.
I can get out.
You can, girl.
She's committed. She is committed.
And
I am committed.
Those of you who are in cars, like maybe your husband's driving and you're sitting there, you're like, I want to join the squat challenge. Well, you can't do it in the car, but what you can do is the calf raises. So go ahead and do those while we are counting, because I've been trying to do those too. So let's get up, folks.
Okay.
Time to get up. And in fact, I've been thinking to myself that what I need to do, because I know nobody can ever see me because I'm so close to the little camera here. But what I'm going to do going forward is I'm going to add a secondary camera. I'm going to add a secondary camera where you guys can see me, because some of y'all be like, are you really doing those squats, girl? I am. I'm so committed. So, all right. So here's what we're going to do to add a degree of complexity to it. So you got to kind of shake it out, because we've been sitting for a little minute now. I've been sitting for an hour. So kind of, swirl it out, shake it out. Now we're going to aim for 50. Now, Miss Vernita told me she's in the UK and she has been my counter, but she is actually not feeling well this morning. So I need somebody else to count. Let me see. Can I recruit Kevin? Let me see if Kevin can count for me. Ooh, is that a rooster? The rooster said I'll do the counting.
You can't control outside.
All right, Evelyn is ready. Abby, Miss Lucille, do what you can do. If you can't even do the 50, don't worry, do 10, do 15, whatever. All right, so I'm Kevin, I'm gonna aim to do 10. So tell me when I reach 10. And then the rest of my 50, I'm gonna do a holding squat. So I'm gonna go down and just hold. I know Giselle, trust me, it hurts, but we're gonna do it. All right, so everybody ready? All right, so let's start counting. And we're gonna go down for 1,
Oh,
yes,
she's slow.
Looking good. 2, just remember in terms of proper form, don't make the knee go over the feet. So almost act like you're trying to sit back in your chair. Right? So put that little bonker back. There we go. 3.
Okay.
I think that's 3. Yes, honey child. 4. I always lose count, Neelas. That's why I tell Kevin to do it for me.
How much you say we gotta do, Sandra?
Try slow.
50.
We're going to 5-0. We can do it. We can do it.
How much you reach now?
Doing it now.
Listen, girl. I've seen you. You got some good thighs. I've seen them. Now you got to make them strong. You got to work them. Kevin, tell me when I'm at 10. How many we reached so far? Okay, so Kevin said that's 10. So I think I went over 1 or 2 by 10. Now we're going to go down and hold it. Hold it. 11,
Right
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
This was
18,
not on my agenda.
19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. You feeling the burn? 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Oh my God, 39, 40. Just 10 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ease up. Woo! Oh my God.
Shake it off.
Yes. Shake it out. Shake it out. Can definitely feel the burn.
I feel it.
Oh my goodness. You ladies
Now
feel that?
you and Cassandra just showing off, no?
Woo!
I can't do that. My knees almost buckled at the last part.
We did it. Irvlyn did 50. Did you do 50 or 20, Irvlyn? I'm seeing 2 numbers. She said 20. Woo! What a heat. Paul
Good
laughing
job,
at him.
guys.
Paul,
Woo-hoo!
don't laugh. Join in. Yeah, you feel the little heartbeat now?
What? I'm wide awake.
I got through all 5 of mine. Thanks.
My heartbeat kicked in after 2, so
you gotta start off slow, and do 5, do 10. Couple weeks time, you up to 50, girl. So that's your goal for every hour that you're sitting. Get up and do a minimum of 10.
Okay,
we're kind of pushing it here, and then we're gonna start adding a little bit of, twisting movement by next week. We're on a mission. Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Auntie trying to get fit. It's supposed to be by 50, but we passed that a couple years ago. Woo, we're gonna get there. Ladies, you guys are amazing. Thank you for being such a good sport. So Irvlyn did 20, and then she did the hold for 30. So that's how she got her 50. Good job, girl.
Good job.
We have people, and I'm running into people now, like in offices. They're like, "Oh my God, Miss Sandy, I'm doing the challenge with you." Mm-hmm. So we're gonna get K-Man to squat.
Amazing.
Yeah, dedication.
It's a lot of fun. K-Man Coco did 50. Nice, very good. Yes, and if you did yours, comment in the section about how many you were able to do. Thank you, Kevin. He said, I think Kevin miscounted. 15 holding. I did more than that.
No, you did 50. You did 50.
I said and that's what we did.
Right.
She did 5-0. I did 5, but she did 5-0.
Miss Jennifer says it's the hold. I know. Holding it is harder. But you kind of challenge the glutes there, and you really feel the burn. Neela says I did 50 plus. Yes, more, because I was holding long before Sandy started counting. Good for you. Congratulations. I love it. Before you know
that'll overachievers now. That'll overachievers now.
I love overachiever though.
I love it too. I love it too.
Yes, I'm competitive. So they always challenge me. Irvlyn says this is fun. I enjoyed this. Yeah, man. We gotta do a little something. We gotta make sure mornings are invigorated.
That's good.
Yes.
All right, ladies. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I did. Oh, I'm sorry. He adjusted it. He said I actually did 15 squats and then last one you held for 50. So that counts as 65.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna count. I'm gonna take all my numbers.
Yeah.
Put them together.
Okay.
All
Good
right.
job.
So about 9:30, we'll do another set of squats. So meantime, make sure you don't have to squat your way over there. You can walk over. You can drive to Gimistory starting on Tuesday. So do not miss out. We start with West Bay first, and then we go to East End. Then we take it to Georgetown, and then we end up in basically the Savannah, Newlands area, got all the district covered. And then a couple days after that, we're going to hop over to Cayman Brac. Cayman Brac must be a lot of fun. That's like a whole party on a plane.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the whole island comes out.
Yeah, I know. That's fantastic. So
what do you think, Cassandra?
And so what happens in Brac?
Stay in the Brac.
Stays in the Brac.
And we got plenty of stories in the Brac.
Yeah.
There's so many
that's
stories.
amazing. And I love when people include Cayman Brac, even this year for Restaurant Month, which, by the way, you still have 1 day left for Restaurant Month. And I keep forgetting that I have tickets to give away for Restaurant Month. Oh my God. I need to get it together. Anybody available for a quick lunch tomorrow? Hold on. let me give out. I can't even remember how many tickets, hold on. Let me see now. I think it's maybe 4. Don't let me be giving away stuff that I don't even have. But let me just check it. And I'm gonna give you guys some trivia questions around Gimistory. And if you get those right, you can go today or tomorrow for lunch. Yes, let me just double check how many. Oh yes, okay. Giveaways. So I've got 2 for Anchor and Den and 2 for Miss Pippers. And I can tell you, I went to both venues and they're really, really good. So let's do that now. Okay. So I'm going to do some giveaways. All right. We mentioned, I'm going to keep you ladies on here because we want to see who can get it right. Let me make sure the phone lines are up and running.
Well, let me get my phone. I
know, right?
I can call in.
I want for you.
You are not eligible, girl. Put that phone down. So basically, I think, should we split them up or give a winner to go with like a friend of their choice?
Yeah, give them 2
Yeah,
to give. You only got 1 day left.
Nobody wants to go to lunch by themselves anyway, right? All right. So okay. So first question is, I don't want to make it too easy because these are some good. Listen, both venues are amazing for lunch. So let me think here now.
I tell my friends to.
All right. All right. Here we go. First question. Oh my gosh. I'm like, okay.
You want me to give you one? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm trying not to make it too easy, but then
all
again,
right. So
name 5
Gimistory tellers that will be performing.
Oh my God, that's hard.
Well, you just said you want it hard. You want it medium?
No, okay. All right. Well, let's hold on. We got a caller. Somebody. What happened? Somebody was up for the challenge callback. Yes, there's a whole slew of them, to be honest. And you only have to name 5. And if you've been paying attention, you see 2 on screen. So you should be able to get, you should be able to get 5. Yeah. 936-2626. Gabby Miles says, what's that number again? 936-2626. Go ahead and give us a call. First one will be for Anchor and Den. 2 tickets, folks, for Anchor and Den. If you can name 5. And if you're sitting there going, oh man, how can I cheat? Just go to social media.
Why are you helping them, Sandra?
I know. I feel bad. 936-2626. You got to call in. Call in requirement. And 2 $25 vouchers for Anchor and Den because their lunch special, their Restaurant Month special is like $25 and they're really, really good. I must tell you, I went to both of these and the food was phenomenal. I had the lamb chops at Anchor and Den and delicioso.
Nice. Yum.
Yeah, it's so good.
And those prices are really good actually. So for 5 tellers, that's a good let them figure it out.
Nobody not calling, boy. I Island Pearl, you better call. You giving away the answer. You got to call. You got to call in.
Out the
delete your comment. Delete your comment.
You know? Oh my God. 936-2626. Dun, 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 dun. Where's my Jeopardy button? Hold on. I have a Jeopardy. I do have a Jeopardy button somewhere here on this board. Here we go.
Find that button.
We got a caller on the line. Good morning, caller. Hello. Hello.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Good morning.
Good morning, darling.
I'm going to go with Hilton Grace is one.
Yes.
Okay.
Rita Radford.
Ooh.
Elizabeth Ann McFarlane, Carla Lopez. And Josephine. So Josephine, that's on the show now.
Okay, that's two.
Who the first one isn't on there, but if you give us another
Hilton
one,
is there. Hilton is there. Hilton is the guy.
Okay, so Hilton is there.
Yeah, I am there.
Priscilla's there.
Marie.
Josephine, that's on your show.
She did that already.
Well, that was number 2.
Okay, so that's 3.
Okay, Verita Radford, Juliet Osborne.
Wait, I don't know who's Radford. That one's not there.
No.
Okay, Juliet Osborne.
No, we don't have a Juliet.
You don't have a Juliet Osborne, Verita Bradford, Elizabeth Ann McFarlane.
Nope.
No.
Danielle Hemming and Shyla Jahar.
Different story.
No. Sorry, Mama. You got 3 though. You got 3. Close. I know. Close. She was trying hard. Good morning, caller.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
You gonna give it a shot?
Is it the same question?
Yes, same question.
Okay, so it's Giselle Webb. Priscilla Pucci.
Yes.
Hilton Grace. Ivana Martinez. Josiah Martinez.
Josepha.
Josepha.
That's it, you got
That's
it.
5.
Yay.
That is 5. Congratulations. Yeah, wonderful. So you got take a friend to Anchor and Den for lunch either today or tomorrow. Now, just send me your name on WhatsApp if you don't mind. And I'm going to shoot that over to the folks who will organize your ticket for you. So send that to me as soon as you can, so I don't forget, honey chow.
You want her to say it on the air so nobody else don't?
Yeah, don't tell us on air. Just WhatsApp me. Wonderful. Congrats. All right, so we still have one more to give away. So I'm gonna make this one a little bit easier, perhaps. And this one is to Miss Pippers, which I didn't even know where they existed, but they are right by oh Lord, what's it called? The hotel there, Comfort Suites. You go down to Miss Pippers Lean, and they're right there. And they actually have really healthy options. Now they have like salads, mixed greens, like it's really good. And here's the crazy thing. They have a to die for dessert menu. I'm just saying, apparently their philosophy is eat healthy until you get to dessert. And I was feeling it. I was like, oh, well, I'm about this life.
We support it.
I support that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Count me in. I was like, of course. What, 25 dessert options or something ridiculous? I had the oh gosh, what's it called? Like the banana sundae thing. Oh my God, it was like flamed caramelized. It was just, of course, I couldn't finish it because it was a lot, but I did my best to put a little dent into it, and I took Marlon with me, and he actually really enjoyed it. It was good.
Nice.
So, Yep.
What a question.
All right, folks. So, so the next question is the beautiful artwork that is on the promotional flyers. Who did, if you're paying attention, this is kind of easy. Who did the phenomenal and beautiful artwork that you see there on the flyers? 936-2626. You got to call it in. Call it in, honey chill.
I love how Sandra goes, I need a hard question. I don't want such an easy question. And then boom, she got a little softball. She got a little softball for all her listeners.
I know. I'm such a
Just give them the answer.
softie.
Just give them the answer.
I know. I really am a softie at times, you know.
It's a writer and a teller.
Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning.
How are you?
Morning.
I'm good, thanks.
Good.
How are you, ladies?
Yes, everybody's doing well. Thank you. You think you got an answer for me?
The artwork was done by the absolutely amazing Nasaria Charlotte.
We got a winner. Congratulations. So have you ever been to Miss Pipper's before?
I've actually been once, and it was really good.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. All right. So I'm going to take down your number, which I can see on screen. And you're going to take a friend or a significant other? Who are you going to take? I mean, you can take me too, but you know.
No worries. Significant other, so I will take a friend.
Awesome. That sounds fantastic. Well, congratulations. I appreciate it. I like how she said no worthy significant other. That makes me wonder, does she, the social me is like, does she have a significant other, but they just not worthy?
Sounds like a story.
She kind of stressed that part. No worthy significant other. Morning, caller. We have a winner already.
Okay, all right.
Yes, but thank you so much. They were going in. They were going in for that one. They're like, yeah, this one easy. I can win.
Yeah, they were ready.
So congratulations to both ladies who won, and enjoy the dessert at Miss Pipper's. And by the way, something that they were telling me is, they have a whole separate dinner menu, and the dinner menu is based on a they have like a running theme about influential women. So I love their dinner. Yeah. They have stuff named after. So they have a drink there that is named after Miss Reba Dilbert. I took a look at that and I was like, what? It is so cool.
Wow.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I loved it. I was like, oh my God, I need to come here for dinner now too. So I thought that was really cool. I was trying to find my little video that I did from there that I posted on social because I wanted to show you guys, but I'll find it later. But yeah, no, it was really, really good. And I must also tell you that the lunch menu, to keep things kind of like spicy, they actually change it up every single couple weeks. So I was like, really? And they said, yeah, they changed the lunch menu.
That's really nice.
Very nice.
Yeah. So go check them out. I mean, the whole point of Restaurant Month is to explore different, restaurants around the island. And big shout out to Rayon. This past Thursday, Restaurant Month, for the first time ever, went to the BRAC. So the Sister Islands involved heavily in it this time. And the beauty of that is him going to I was supposed to go, but it was the same day as the parliamentary luncheon. So Rayon helped me out. And I can tell you that he did a phenomenal show. So I do have that video ready that I'm going to share with you guys now. And he had a fantastic time. So check this one out. Look at what he was able to do.
Welcome
Look at this.
to Authentically Approved, a series where we celebrate locally sold-aligned businesses that embody Cayman's culture and connection. Today's experience was the Taste Experience, hosted by the Cayman Islands Tourist Association and courtesy of CMR TV. Our day began at the Les Solis D, or the stunning Caribbean Farm in Cayman Brock.
Right.
So after climbing the hill, we hopped in a little golf cart and toured the hillside, passing chicken coops, tropical gardens, and breathtaking ocean views. The highlight, the sweet berry tasting, a small fruit that turns anything sour into sweet. It was pure magic and the perfect symbol of the Cayman charm, finding sweetness in the unexpected. After the tour, we enjoyed brunch made freshly from the farm, avocado brischettis, dragon fruit pancake, and a taste of authentic island living. Next, we visit Dutch's Bar and Grill at the Alexandria Hotel, where the good vibes and the hearty food fill the room with laughter. Then, over to the Cayman Brock Beach Resort, where every dish came with an ocean view, and a warm Caymanian hospitality.
Oh my gosh.
And finally, we ended the tour at Star Island Restaurant, a true local favorite, serving comfort food that feels like home. This journey wasn't just about food. It was about flavor, culture, and connection. A special thanks to CITA and CMRTV for this unforgettable experience. Until next time, keep supporting locally owned businesses, because when we celebrate each other, we celebrate Cayman. This is Authentically Approved. If you'd like to be featured on our next episode of Authentically Approved, or you know a local business that embodies Caymanian soul and culture, reach out to me. Let's connect, celebrate people, passion, purpose that makes the island truly authentic.
Aww. Little Rayon, a great job. I absolutely loved it. So thank you.
Nice.
Again, he went in my place and did a phenomenal job, and looks like he had a fantastic time. He said it was an amazing experience to be able to go. So thank you to the Cayman Islands Restaurant Association for putting on a restaurant week. And thank you to all of the amazing restaurants that participate. So folks, you've still got today and tomorrow to go. They have a set menu, and there's lots of restaurants around the island. For like $25-$30, you can get a 3-course meal, and that normally includes a drink. So it is amazing. So take a friend if you have no significant other.
Be friends with everybody.
Yeah, be friends with everybody. Go with your coworkers and go and enjoy and have a good time. Ladies, thank you so much for coming on the program and for, again, putting on this amazing Gimistory 2025. I must say that as I was listening to Rayon, I was thinking, he kind of has a voice like maybe he has a story to tell. Maybe we need to reach out to him.
Yeah, it sounds like a storyteller.
Definitely. But ladies, again, thank you so much. Everyone, please go out and support Gimistory. Listen, this is not just for Caymanians, you know.
No.
Everyone can attend. Yep. It is free to attend. They make this amazing event available to the community. Invite your friends. Now, you know, sometimes Caymanians, we complain like, oh, you know, I work with all these expats and they don't want to go anywhere. They're not going anywhere because you're not inviting them. So maybe you just need to extend the invitation and say, hey, to your little English friend, have you heard of Gimistory? They said, Gimistory? What's that? And you can say, girl, come with me. He's going to feed the dog for the evening and take care of the kids. And we're going to Gimistory. You'd be surprised how many of your friends, because they're your friends at work, they're going to say, yes, I would love to come to you, Gimistory. Tell me more about it, darling. So there you go. You know?
Okay.
Wait, you sound like you could do a Gimme story.
She's ready to jump in.
I was ready.
I'm the mosquito.
That's the story.
Right? So you never know who might tag along. Invite your friends, tell them about Gimistory. And that is how we embrace our own culture. And we also help others to learn a little bit more about who we are, where we come from, who you fa, and all this amazing stuff. Miss Cassandra, thank you for all the amazing work that you do. Giselle, Josepha, I always feel like I'm mispronouncing your name, but thank you. I think by now you're probably used to it, but thank you guys so much for all of the amazing work that you do in keeping Caymanian culture and the arts at the forefront of our lives, because it just it's amazing. It's entertaining. I love the arts, and I think that CNCF does an amazing job with so many of the things that they put on. Thanks a lot, ladies. Have a good day.
Bye. Have a good day.
All right. Happy Thursday. Okay. Well, honey chow, Marshall says not worthy means he's not worthy to take out in public. My dear, I was kind of wondering the same thing. She's like, no worthy. I was like, oh, he not been treating her right. That's what that is. Island Pearl says some voices are so deceptive over the phone. What do you mean? Deceptive? What does that mean? Hampton by the Hilton. Is that Comfort Suites, or do they have a name change? Oh, Lord, I can't keep up. I cannot keep up with all of the different names and stuff. Oh, that sounded like Gabby Miles, or she sounded like Aunt Mary too. Oh, I don't know. I don't know who that was. Y'all be all up in people's business. Talking about, listen to the voice. Who is that? Oh, my goodness. No. Sounds like she's reading off an old list. Oh, no. That's not Miss that wasn't Gabby. No. That was, I know who that was. You see, y'all be thinking you know who people is, but you don't know. Wardley's not there. Kendall, nope. No, y'all weren't really paying attention. I think at some point we kind of named them, but anyhow. Oh, nice. Okay, so we got our 2 winners. I'm going to send these across now, and they will reach out to you. Okay. Kirks. All right, they will reach out to you. Congratulations to both of our winners. And enjoy. Let me just check my messages. Good morning, Sandra. Let me see. We found the person who had the suitcase, and they said, good morning. The person's not answering their phone. It's just ringing. I leave a WhatsApp message and no reply. We need to get your suitcase back, honey child. Okay, hold on, honey child. Let me try and help you. Maybe they don't know, but you know what? To be fair, I think that the phone lines, especially yesterday, were having a lot of issues. So let me message her. Please call the lady about the suitcase that you have. I don't know if it is because of the storm, but I noticed yesterday, sorry, Flo, but in particular, I can't speak to anybody else's network because I'm on Flo. Your network was having some connectivity issues. And I noticed it both with straight calling, because somebody called and said, oh, it went straight to voicemail. And that was a WhatsApp call. And I'm like, So something funny been going on. And then on top of it, okay. Yeah. And on top of it, even the WhatsApp calls, if I was on their network, was having an issue. When I got to Wi-Fi, it was okay. But yeah, some problems there. All right. So winners. Oh gosh, I totally forgot to give out these tickets. My apologies. But listen, y'all can go today or tomorrow. Call them ASAP. All right, go today or go tomorrow. It's a fantastic time. Both restaurants I went to, and I would highly, highly recommend. Okay. All right, let me see here now. Okay, so I think it's time. Sometimes you can do like first or second caller. I'm no good on these story things. Aw, don't worry. Christmas is almost here. So I'll be getting my little Christmas giveaways ready. So get ready for that, honey chill. Don't you worry. Okay. So listen, lots of messages circulating our beautiful island on how you can give to the people in Jamaica who have, really had an unprecedented time of things. At 10 o'clock this morning, there is a live press conference, and we will share that here on the program. So make sure that you tune in for that. So we can get the latest in terms of, oh gosh, hold on. In terms of what is going on. Yeah. So it's a lot. It is a lot to take in. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, Lord Jesus, what a mess. We're going to continue to step up to the plate and see what we can do for the people. There's different agencies. I saw a lot of people yesterday like, oh, I don't want to give to this one. Listen, there are means for you to, there are tons of NPOs out there who are organizing themselves under a singular umbrella, spearheaded by hazard management, right? And so, I saw that there was one request for blood. We were actually going to share that on our social media pages as well. There's lots of things that are needed. Maybe you're not in a position to give money. What we don't want you to do is don't send stuff that these people don't need. We've explained how that clogs up the system, how that's unhelpful. If you can't give monetarily right now, you know what you can give? Except if you're me, because they can't even find a vein. But go to the blood bank and give blood. They're in urgent need of blood donations. So please go and, I'm going to post that up here. I'm just waiting on my graphics guy. I'm like, where is it? The blood bank is in need of blood. So please go out there and give blood. I don't know what else you can give. So Kim Airways is going to be having commercial flights resume. I think it's today, actually. Let me go to CMR and tell you what's going on. I have to look at CMR. Hold on one second. Let me see here now. So I think the flights actually resumed today. So if you were one of those people that, would have been impacted, let me see. Let me just have a look here. Okay, so if you were one of those people who was impacted by cancellations, you can contact Kim Airways. But commercial flights will resume this week. Thursday, October 30th, which is today. They have KX left this morning at 7:30, going into Kingston for 8:40. Then they have one that is leaving at 9:40. You should have been at the airport already. And that's going to arrive coming back from Kingston at 10:55. And then they've got afternoon flights. So there's a 3 p.m. flight this afternoon that leaves Grand Cayman to Kingston. And there is, it departs back from Kingston to Grand Cayman at 5:10. Then we have tomorrow, which is October. There's going to be 2 flights on, one 11:55 in the morning, leaving from Grand Cayman. And then that comes back from Kingston, departs Kingston at 2:05 p.m. And of course, these are going into the airport. So these are like additional flights, but the regular flights for tomorrow are also going to be operational. So they basically put on like 2 additional flights. All right. So please contact Cayman Airways. If you have any questions, you can reach them at 949-2311. Toll free in Jamaica, 866-759-1372 is the telephone number. All right. So reach out to them. The flight already left this morning. 2 planes went down. Yes. Thank you so much. And I also understand that there is going to be a cargo plane also getting organized to go. So, yeah. So, you can go to that too. But the government is sending the cargo plane down. So they're organizing all of that. Okay. So, you don't have money to give, fine. Go and see how you can volunteer. Maybe you can help out with, some of the other elements of, loading up a cargo plane or whatever. Just contact these NPOs and see how you can help out. I'm hearing too many excuses about you don't want to help this one, you don't want to help that one. Just do what you can. Less excuses and more action. All right. Can we talk a little bit about politics? I know we haven't talked about politics in a while because, quite frankly, we've been talking about more important things. And that includes the fact that, we've had this storm that has hit, this Category 5 storm that has hit Jamaica. It's also went in as a Category 3 storm and impacted Cuba. So, of course, some of us have interest in Cuba as well. We've got family there in Havana. I don't really know them. Sorry. I know the Jamaican people, but I don't know the Cuban people. We haven't really kept in contact with them. My poor uncle Raymond used to really go to Cuba and visit them and, make sure that they had things. But child, I had to chuckle when another family member said to me, Sandy, they started to ask for these fancy phones. And I began to wonder if we're really helping them, better their lives, like get an education, be able to help themselves. I was like, fancy phone? What do you mean? Look at this now. This my Cuban relatives, Mm-hmm. They didn't know what to call like the smartphones, right? So this cousin, she passed away during COVID because I guess she couldn't get the vaccine, poor thing. But unfortunately, may she rest in peace, but I still gonna tell y'all the story about my cousin in Cuba. So she wanted to get a fancy phone for her grandson. Now, y'all be spoiling these little children because they don't need no fancy fandangling phone. In fact, all research points to the fact that the longer you keep a phone out of your children's hands, the better for them, better for their mental well-being. Yeah, why y'all giving teenagers phones for? You're throwing them into a state of depression with these phones. Anywho, so she didn't know like smartphone. I guess maybe she didn't know how to say that in English. I don't know. So she said, yeah, the phone that you do this, like you swipe. She was saying like swiping up, right? And so the person who was looking at her, another relative here from Cayman, was like, oh, you mean like a smartphone that you can swipe up and whatever, not the old time phones. She's like, yeah, that's he wants that phone. That person looked at him and said, honey, child, I don't even have that phone for myself, and I can well afford it. Sometimes we got to wonder about our priorities. Cousins in Cuba, y'all supposed to be worried about the bare necessities. Since the Cuban government supposedly not treating you right and you can't make a decent living over there, we're going to help you get the beef, the chicken, the rice and beans to be able to eat. Not no fancy swiping phone. Like, my other aunt was like, what the hell? They want fancy phone? I don't even have one and I can afford it. I said, yes, sir. This is where it's at, honey child. Lavana says KX is always ready to go. I love my national airline. I love our national airline too. Did I tell you guys about how they stepped up to the plate 2 weeks ago when I had to quick time get on the plane and go to Tampa that morning? Like literally I was booking everything while I was doing the show. And I was able to make it to the airport and jump on that plane. Yes, honey child. I'm going to post that video up later on. Thank you, Miss Mona. So big shout out to Cayman Airways. We appreciate you. Mm-hmm. All right. Last night there was an incident at Hurley's. We've not heard any official police report from this as yet, but there was a stabbing incident at Grand Harbor right there in like the Hurley's parking lot. I'm like, what the hell? Y'all stabbing over what? Because the man stabbed some woman, I'm sure that he knows, because of what happened. She didn't get the strawberries that you like. Like, what is wrong with you people? Oh my God. Y'all need to do better. Shameful. What a hot mess. All right. We're sad to announce the passing of beloved Pastor Glarman Grant, affectionately known as Bobo. He passed away day before yesterday in the evening. And it was so ironic. Someone said to me just 3 weeks ago, he stood up at the Countryside Church of God there in East End, and he was preaching a very powerful message about, did you hear that the King is coming? And he said that he was moved. That was the message that was in his heart. And he said, surely, as sure as the sun rises from the east and sets in the west, the word is true. The King is coming. Wow. So, what they say, just prophet in terms of what he was saying. Truly amazing. Yes, indeed. All right, so let me talk a little bit now about some headlines. A story that's making headlines with Kenneth this morning. Lord Jesus. I don't know what to say about Kenneth, but he sure found a way to embarrass us on the national stage by apparently going away to this event. Hold on, let me pull this up. I think Renee might be posting something about this today as well. I don't even know, honey chow. But I am confused as heck. Let me just see here. Hold on one second. So apparently he went to this, somebody said we need to get him to give us our money back. He went to this regional event, and he gets up as the ex-deputy premier. And he talked about, this was, hold on, let me see what the event was. Where was he? The Commonwealth Parliamentary Association that they just had, right? I think Mr. Gary Ruddy was there this year, and I believe Minister Jay also went with him. So Kenneth was there, Kenneth Bryan, MP for Georgetown Central, and apparently he got up and talked about the fact that he's having to moonlight. I don't even know. Moonlighting, as in other words, having a second job because of the country's high cost of living and the need to keep up appearances. Okay, can I just stick a pin in this? I thought to myself, the issue isn't the country's high cost of living. It's probably the second one that's the real problem, and that is the need to keep up appearances. Who are you all keeping up appearances for? And how this becomes a conversation. He says that it's common for members of parliament to have other jobs, a lawyer, a doctor, or whatever. Really? Wow. He says that, that's usual in other places in the world. I don't really think that that's actually usual in other places in the world. Once you become an MP, you kind of move away from your other business interests if you had them already. And I think that this is problematic, that this narrative is being pushed out there, that apparently Cayman is still too expensive for someone who's making $9,000 a month on the backs of the people of the Cayman Islands. Plus, they get all sorts of allowances. So, they're not making $9,000 a month and then spending 5 or 6 of that having to pay for their constituency office. They get their constituency office allowance. They get staff that are paid for, and then they still complaining. The event featured politicians from the Scottish Parliament, the states of Jersey and Bermuda's House of Parliament, and Ash Regan, who's a member of the Scottish Parliament, MSP, said second jobs were less common in the Holyrood devolved administration than the Westminster one. And she highlighted that a nurse and a doctor who sat in Holyrood who worked shifts with the National Health Service. And this was a conversation. They said we had one who was an MP, an MSP, and a football referee. And she added, I don't think we have had too much trouble so far. And they're looking at, however, the Scottish Parliament was seriously looking at whether or not they should ban secondary employment. And then we had the Dennis Lister, a veteran MP in Bermuda's ruling party, the Progressive Labour Party, and Speaker of the House, said the island's MPs could retain other interests. You see, there's a difference between retaining interest and actually having a job, a second job. He highlighted that restrictions on outside work could deter people from public life and make it difficult to get a job after leaving. He said in a small community where you might not get employed right away or go back to the same level, well, that's the chance that you take, isn't it? That's the risk that you take. I mean, you go in to represent the people, and I don't know about these other countries, but in this jurisdiction, you get paid a pretty good salary to be able to do so that there is no necessity for you to work. And yet, as I have demonstrated in the past, not picking on Mr. Bryan here, I have demonstrated in the past, even Barbara Connolly continued to work after getting elected. She continued to have a full-time job. How on earth is that even possible? And so, in my mind, we need to revisit this, right? You either committed to the people of the Cayman Islands and you have to do so 100%. If you need to be moonlighting in another position, maybe becoming an MP just isn't for you. You can't have it both ways is what I'm saying. If you want to have 10, 15 jobs, Like me, I have multiple businesses. And you know what? You remain a business owner. You don't get involved in politics. Leave that for people who can commit to that on a full-time basis. So Brian added that Cayman MPs were also expected to present an appropriate image. Really? And we're often obliged to bear the cost of attending sometimes expensive events themselves. I'm curious about, and I don't know if Mr. Brian is back yet, but I want to have this conversation with him. What expensive events are you having to pay for? Because I'm sorry, let me be quite frank and honest. I get invited to a few things, media, oh, you're an influencer, whatever. These people be trying to throw stuff at me. A lot of times I'm like, no, thanks. I'm busy, whatever. But legit, there's a lot of stuff that I don't even pay for. They're just like, please show up. We need the coverage. We want you to be there. We want you to talk about our event, blah, blah, blah. So I'm thinking MPs are way above me in life. They got a higher status, I believe. So certainly I'm confused about what expensive events they would be paying for. If someone is expecting you to attend, they will give you a complimentary seat at the table, especially when you were just deputy premier, former minister. You get invited to stuff and you're not paying no money. Come on now. I even went to I don't know if I should tell you all this. Okay, I'm going to tell you all this. The other day I went to the Kimpton for the parliamentary luncheon. And because of my knee, I can't be walking no far distances in heels, okay? And, Auntie had to put on her little heels to look kind of cute for the parliamentary luncheon, got my little curls in, got my hair done, put on a little lipstick, and, you got to represent a little bit. And none of this is breaking my budget because I got a closet full of clothes. And yes, I can wear this, and I know men not worried about wearing the same outfit. So I don't know what kind of money what is it, get a haircut is so expensive these days? I don't know. What are you talking about? So I show up and I say, I want to do valet parking because I can't be walking way out in the boonies because this was a packed room at the Kimpton, right? So you had to park all the way out there. And so I said, nope, knee can't handle that. Definitely not in heels. So I went to do valet parking. The guy said, oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Sandy, but valet parking today is going to be at a cost. I said, no problem. Make I give you the little $25 because it's either that or my knee's going to be in pain. I said, okay, no worries. And when I got there and I said, okay, I want to pay, the young lady just stamped my thing. Thank you, Mrs. Hill. And I said, am I not supposed to pay? Well, I wasn't gonna question it too much. I said, oh, thank you. What I'm saying is, right? They will give certain people, including media, a little free ticket, a little blind, you go to an event. So I don't know what kind of expensive events this man going to that people are expecting him to pay for. I get invited to stuff all the time, even private events. We just want you to come on the house. And I'd be like, I'm busy. And no, it's free on the house. You're not going to pay for it. I go to restaurants. Sometimes they be trying to feed me for free. So I don't know. I think y'all be trying to keep up appearances, living in a lifestyle, you got money, taking out cars and all this kind of stuff that you really can't afford. Some of y'all, as soon as you become an MP, all of a sudden you got to go get the expensive car. You got to go and put kids in private school when they were not in private school before. Know your limitations, because yes, if you are not a minister, okay, and you're going to take a hit when you go from being a minister to being back an MP, that's like a $6,000 difference at least. So what they say, cut your cloth accordingly. I posted something the other day about this, and I think it's a good concept that a lot of us could really adopt. And we've all kind of been there to some extent. By the way, did y'all see that Dr. Phil, speaking of cutting your cloth, Dr. Phil is filing for bankruptcy? How did I not know this? He's broke too. But a lot of us struggle with cutting our cloth. And this is a reality that we have to be very, very careful with, because sometimes we truly do overextend ourselves. And so you got to know, listen to me. Even the other day when I went to the GAC event that Arch Automotive had on, I'm like, oh, next year I'm going to be in the budget for one of these little cars because we need to upgrade a vehicle. And all the banks were like, come to us, Sandy, we'll give you a loan. I was like, no, Bobo, I'd be scared of them banks, I'd be scared of taking out too many loans. So I said, nope, I'm going to save up for it. You know, if I plan 6 months ahead, every month I can set aside a few dollars. And that means that every month that's towards that project. And then when I'm ready to order the vehicle, I walk in there and say, here's the cash. Here's the check. The cash is in the bank, but here's the cash. I've just paid cash for a vehicle. That's a depreciating asset. What, going and taking out a bank loan? No. I thank God every single day that I am where I am in life, where I can save 6 months or more to be able to just say, you know what? I'm going to pay cash. Plan for it. There's absolutely zero reason why I need to be going and getting a bank loan. They're like, no, Sandy, hold on to your cash. You'll get more money. I said, because you know the interest I'm going to pay in that car? I'm going to pay for that car 3 times if I go off of your plan, talking about come and get money from you banks. I appreciate the offer. They were all there offering me money. CNB, y'all know them are friends, professionally, right? They takes care of me. Royal Bank was there. They're like, Sandy, we'll take care of you too, you know. CNB, not the only ones. Big shout out to Royal Bank, CIBC. They're like, we'll give you a car loan. I had to chuckle. I said, I don't need it. I really don't need it. So, I mean, I get it if you need it, but you know what you do? You make extra payments and try and get that car loan paid off as quickly as you can, right? Paying all this extra interest is not to your benefit. So cut your cloth accordingly. Cut back. When things are good, as they sometimes are in life, and you're making a few dollars, that's when you pay extra and you try to get rid of debt. Don't try to take on more debt. So I'm always hustling. I'm like, oh, yes, CNB can tell you, honey child. Sandy be like, listen, can you put some extra on this loan this month? You know, I got an extra job, whatever, some unexpected income, throw this on this mortgage, throw it on that mortgage, and you would be surprised the wonders that you can do in terms of paying down your loan obligations. I have done it, so I'm telling y'all it can be done. But trying to keep up with the e-bankses and I don't know who else in Cayman, probably not even the e-bankses have money. Who has money in Cayman? I don't know who these people is. The whatever of the worlds of who have money. The darts. Let's use Uncle Dart. We can use him for this example. Trying to reach up, keep up with the darts of the world. That your name is Kenneth Bryan, not Kenneth Dart. It's not Kenneth B. Dart. It's Kenneth whatever Bryan. So know what you can deal with. YouTuber says Kenneth just has to have something to say. He has a need to be seen. Aw. Yeah, my poor Kenneth. What a hot mess. Marshall says it sounds like Kenneth has lost all his marbles. But we know why he's saying that. He spends his money buying votes and then complain about not having money. Get yourself together. Well, this is the other thing. I'm going to tell you all, we have created, and especially in certain areas, these garrison communities where people have an expectation that you will buy their vote. And, you know, when another MP goes in there, it is exponentially more difficult for anyone to come in after them because you got a whole group of people that used to getting handouts on a regular basis. That is the kind of thing that McKeeva Bush has created. John is famous for it. So that's what's going down in Bordentown as well. And now Central, I understand they have become another bunch that is used to all of these handouts for their MPs. And of course, that's going to put strain on Kenneth Bryan. Kenneth has obligations too. Kenneth, to be fair to him, he's got a mortgage. He's got bills to pay. But you know what? You need to man up and start telling your constituencies. You're not going to give them a fish. You're going to teach them how to fish. Every time one of them getting married, they getting a check. Every time there's a funeral or divorce, they getting money. They come with their hands begging, and you got to get people out of this begging mentality. It is one of the worst things that has happened to us as Caymanian people. And I, for one, cannot stand it. Oh, y'all made me forget about the exercising. Get up now, chum. Get up, folks. We're going to do some exercising. Honey, chill. But yeah, I am disgusted by people who are all into this begging mentality, right? Stop begging. Kevin, you ready to count for me, honey, chill? Stop your begging. You're able-bodied. You can get up. You can go to work. by all means, get up and do so. Okay? Get a job. And you MPs, stop giving them handouts. Cha. I need my floor mat. Hold on. I'm going to keep my shoes on to give me a little padding on my foot while I squat. Yes, honey child. All right. Whoo, honey. And I can feel these thighs getting stronger. You know? I can feel it, honey child. I'm a little squirt underneath here. That's what I'm pulling down. I'm wearing like a little, you know what? Hold on. By the way, I have my phone for sale. Somebody trying to negotiate with me this morning. This is my lovely iPhone 15 that's for sale. What does it say? Earthquake has used your location. Yeah. I need to wipe it, but I haven't wiped it yet. When somebody buys it, I'll wipe it. Oh, can I do a shameless plug? Okay. I got my phone for sale. I'm going to tell y'all what you get with it. This is the iPhone 17 Pro Max, 1 terabyte. Y'all do be trying to negotiate with me now, you know. Hold on. Y'all talking about, Auntie, that price is too much. Well, let me tell you what you get with it, because in fact, when you see, hold on, I'll come into the squats in a second. I want to do a shameless plug because I'm getting this phone sold here today. Let me tell y'all what you get with the phone, because it's going for $950. But when I tell you $950 is actually a really good deal, it's a good deal. Number one, the phone is in amazing condition because I keep all of my phones in a case. So I keep a screen protector. I keep them in a case. Where's my boxes? I have the original boxes here somewhere about. So you will get your original box with it. I don't even know. It's on the desk somewhere. My desk is full of stuff right now. So you get the original box. Then you get the AirPods, which still under warranty because they were bought just a few months back. And this was, folks, $250 purchase. See the price tag still in there? See? Somewhere about, anyway. Yeah, there it is. You can see it, right? And I made sure this is the right one with the thingamajig there. And then you know how you can tell the age of your AirPods so that you can check and see people be lying to you? You can actually go into your settings. I'm gonna just teach y'all how to check all these things today. You go to Bluetooth, you find the AirPod. So this is the what do you call these? AirPods Pro 2. So those are now there's another one that's out now, but these are the two, and you hit the information button. And then you can actually see, I need to get that other thing where y'all can see what's on here. But anyway, it says AirPod Pro model number. It's got the serial number, the model number, the version, expires, limited warranty, expires 6/6/26. So that means, again, that you still have over 6-month warranty, 6, 7, 8 months warranty on your AirPods, okay? So they're still under warranty. Plus, I have a whole bag. And when I tell you a whole bag, I do mean that a whole bag of accessories that is going to come with your purchase. Most things still in the box, shame on me. But anywho, you've got a macro pro lens kit. So those of you who are interested in doing a little bit more with your phones, you've got the 10x 25 millimeter, that's your macro lens. You've got a long range 75 millimeter lens, so you get that. You get a waterproof case. All these things have never been opened. This is all with the purchase of this phone. You get a waterproof case with this. And so I've actually used one of these before. These are amazing. I need to get one for the new phone. But basically, you put the phone in here and you go to Stingray City or you go diving or whatever. And I think it's up to 15 meters. And you put your phone in here and your phone is sealed. So you can get some really awesome underwater footage. I have gotten some at Stingray City, and it's beautiful because I'm not like into diving, but I just put the phone, hold it underneath with my hand, and I got all kind of amazing shots actually. Then I've got tons of the really expensive screen protectors. So this one, again, the seal has not been opened, all brand new. You see, nothing open. This is the ZAG privacy screen protector, invisible shield. And if you go online and you check the price on these alone, these are like $30-$40. So you get one of those. You get another screen protector here. This is the tempered glass one. Again, completely sealed, brand new, because I stocks up on stuff. And then, sometimes. So this one is a case of some sort, fashion case. So you get yourself cases. This is what goes with the camera lens there. This is a special case that allows you to attach the lenses. So you get that. You get another tempered glass screen protector. So you get that one. You get other cases, another screen protector. This one is a case I had on there before, so I'm just throwing everything in. Honey child. You get a little, if you want to go jogging and want to protect your phone, you get a little phone pouch. And then you get this one, which is also made by the same company that does the lens kit, which is pretty cool. You can actually turn your camera. Which way it goes? Oh, yeah. You can turn your camera, your phone, into kind of like a traditional camera. So you put it in this, and then you can like take pictures and stuff. And it feels like, because you put it like this, it feels like a regular camera, like you're taking pictures and stuff. These are great. I have one now on my other phone. I'll show you what it looks like. But this is for the 15, right? And it connects via Bluetooth, and you press that little button. So you get all this stuff, all of it, plus the phone. All of this. Hello. Yes. All this brand new gear. I'm putting it all back in the bag. Plus the AirPods, plus the phone. Don't be trying to work me down in my pricing, because when I tell you the value of all of this stuff here, if you were to put it together, far exceeds what you can go out there and get a Pro Max, 15 Pro Max, 1 terabyte phone for. So it's a fantastic, and I'm still like I said, I'm still using it. The phone's in great condition. I even had, big shout out to Cellular World. I had them check. Apparently there's an area where you can go in. Don't ask me exactly where, but they can tell you. You can go in here and check how many times the phone has actually been fully charged. And you can see like how much is left like on the battery. And they said that my battery on this was actually really, really good. I think it's like maybe still 80% or 85% or something. Because eventually the battery is going to go. So it's still holding like 85% of the like original charge. And so that was considered really good. And they said, yeah, you can definitely get $900 easily for this. I've tagged on another 50 for all the additional accessories that you get. And that's like hundreds of dollars worth of accessories. So if you're interested, Auntie has a phone for sale. I have another 15, but I'm not selling that one. And then let me show you this little gadget. So this is kind of what those things do is, I always hold it backwards, but yeah, you do it like this. So you can actually hold it with one hand and take pictures and stuff. And it just gives you like a proper grip. And then this has little handles, you can protect your phone. So it gives you like a proper grip like this, like almost like you have a traditional, camera, right? Because we use these phones now as our primary cameras. So this is my newer one. But yeah, so link me if you're in the market for a slightly used, but an amazing condition phone. But I was thinking of all of that because what I was saying to myself this morning, this phone is still on Wi-Fi. What I could do, let me show y'all a little trick. Oh, but how would I, because I've taken WhatsApp off of it. Okay, hold on. Let me see how I can join. I'm going to join the show through my phone and do the exercises that way so you guys can see me. That's what I was thinking of this morning. Hold on. So if I do www. I know how I can do it. I think I can just go to the browser. Let me see. I'm going to join in with this URL. And then let me see this number 8. 3 B I F. I'm going to try to join in. Okay. Let me see if I can do it. Go. Okay. Entering the studio. So this is what I need to do. I think I need to set up a allow microphone, but I'm going to mute it. So we don't get feedback. Okay, I think I have to turn the volume down. All right, so hold on. Okay, I'm gonna have to see how to do this. Are you guys hearing feedback? I'm trying to, oh Lord, I need a proper stand. Hold on. Okay, So I've added myself twice. Can you hear the feedback? No, I think you guys don't hear it, but let me just turn the volume all the way down on this. So there we go. And then I can add myself over here. Look at modern technology. You're getting 2 times, Sandy, twice. And then, see, this is the idea. I need to find a little thing to put it over here. And then you guys can watch me do the squats properly. Aha, look at that. Look at that. Look at Mama figuring out some technological things. So now you can see more of me, right? Somebody said, please save the phone for me. I need to get a phone. Oh, okay, honey child. All right, so let me, hello, ma'am. About to do my squats, honey child. Hello? Hi. Can you hear me? Hello? Uh-oh. These phone lines are tight. They're not the best. Hello, Mama. Can you hear me?
I would, ma'am?
Yes, hi.
Hello?
Hi.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to give it, I don't know who is in charge of it, picking up them.
Picking up what?
Donation. I have some stuff I would like to donate.
Okay. So what has been requested of the agencies, right? Because nobody's going to come pick it up, first of all, but what has been requested
is
that right now they are not sending like personal donations as such. They're trying to coordinate with the Cayman Islands, with the Jamaican government, and actually sending funds to get what they need, because there are very specific things that they may need to purchase. So they're not taking clothes or shoes or anything from individuals right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
It would be money.
So if you want to do money, because that's what they're doing. You can go directly in the Jamaican website to make a donation of your choice. They have different accounts there, US account, Jamaican accounts. And then there's also local agencies here that will be coordinating some efforts as well. So you can reach out to the local government agencies.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
You're most welcome. And thanks too for obviously thinking of the people there in Jamaica.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, my darling. Okay, good.
Bye.
All right. So what I got to figure out, I'm still hearing a little bit of a feedback from this, but do you guys hear the feedback? Because I have that mic muted. So I got to figure out how not to get the feedback coming through. I'll play with that. But in the meantime, you can see how if I get a proper, I need to put this on a little stand. If I get a proper little stand here, which of course I've got tons of them all over the place. I got tons of equipment. Then we could do squats properly. Like, hold on. What I need to do is, hold on a second. I do have another little. Anyway, we'll sort out the stand thing. I just got to spend some time rigging this a little bit different. In the meantime, are we ready to do our squats? Art Beat says it shouldn't be allowed. They need to put that in law. You can have a business that someone else is running, but you cannot have another job. Kaboom. Kaboom! Who's going to count for me? Risa says live within your means. I'm going to start working out. Kevin, can you count again for me? Someone says morning. Yeah, $950 is actually cheap. They're lucky. People don't even know. Trust me. They don't even know. They don't even know when they get a good deal. That's okay. Yep, Kevin's ready to count. All right, so let's do it. Oh, shoot. Oh, man. Oh, Lord. I have so many stands around here, but because I really, all right, I'll organize it later. All right, Kevin, please get up off your chair. I feel like, hold on. Let me put this other phone in front of it. Oh, a box. I can use a box. Let me see. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's better, I think. All right, so ready? We're gonna do our squats. Again, Oh God, I don't know if I can hold it because that really does hurt, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best. All right, let's do what we can. Okay. Kevin, let's do it. I'm going to put on my shoes because that gives me a little bit of support in the hard time. I have to wear house slippers because of my foot problems. So you always see me wearing slippers inside for the most part. Okay, ready? All right. Okay. Work it out a little bit. Let's go. First one down. 1. All right. And I'm going to read the comments while Kevin counts. Let me know when I get to 10, Kev. Risa says, live within your means, just like they expect of their constituents. Another kaboom. Kaboom! Thank you very much. Kenneth, it sounds like Kenneth has lost all his, I think we read that one, right? Okay. A YouTuber. Yep, we read that one. Gabby says the cost of living. Imagine how it is for the ones that don't even make close to that amount he does. That's the part that's kind of shocking to me, that I think is kind of like insulting. Oh, that's 10? Okay, so now I'm going to just take it down and I'm going to hold it. Yeah, Gabby, that's next level crazy. Miss Brenda, you'd be surprised what you can do when you save it up. The other thing I want us to start doing is kind of like just a little twisting motion side to side. That's going to help with the little fat that we got on the sides here. So count the rest of my 50 there, Kevin. Make it a fast count because I got to be honest with you. Lord Jesus, me feeling it, me feeling the burn. Marshall says, remember what Elio did when he got elected? He was driving an imported car, Honda Inspire from China. As soon as he got elected, he got a Mercedes SUV. Talk about it. Comes with the prestige of the job. Oh my God, this really burns. Oh, Lord Jesus, are we there yet, Kevin? I don't know how much more I can hold it. Oh my God, I can't do anymore. 5 seconds more. Okay, I'm tapping out. Oh my God. Woo! What did we get to, honey chow? Tell me I got close to 50, but Jesus, I got to 50? Oh my God, I think just in the nick of time, because I could not, ended up holding it for 1 minute and 15 seconds. Lord Jesus. I couldn't do anymore. Okay, all right. Let me exit out in the phone. Okay, all right. Oh, Jesus. Woo. Lord have mercy. Yeah. Woo. Oh, yeah. Now that I could feel. I mean, not a word of lie. Not for nothing. But whoo, honey child. I felt that one hit today. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Ooh, honey child. Hi. Okay. Yes, sir. All right, so I might have a buyer for the phone. Somebody said just hold it for them. They want it, and I know they're good for it, so I'll wipe it later on. Woo, yeah, I remember that car only because the color of the Mercedes was so ugly. He got a green one, and it was not a pretty green. Now, normally Mercedes makes good vehicles. Like, most of the colors are nice colors, but that particular color, I never really took to. I was like, that is an ugly green. I don't know who in the Mercedes factory decided to go with that color, but ugh. Prestige of the job. Listen, you know what your bank account can hold. You better keep driving that Honda. Amelia says, good morning. Sandra, good morning. You haven't been elected as an MP, so there's some things that you really don't understand. Oh, Mr. Amelia, I'm willing to acquiesce to that and accept that. But there's a lot that I do know that has nothing to do with being elected as an MP. So let me just put it this way. I've been adjacent and connected to politicians for a very, very long time. And when I tell you that there's a lot of benefits that they get and things they just don't pay for, I find it hard to believe that the cost of living for them is more than the cost of living for the rest of us, especially when the only thing that was given is, oh, they have to attend expensive events and they're expected to pay for it. You needed to come up with something better than that, because to me, that doesn't make any sense. So I agree with you that there might be a lot about an MP that I don't know, but there's also a lot about MPs that I do know. And some of them, I mean, they're traveling on government dime. Just think about the things that they do not spend money on, that they don't spend, that they don't, traveling for free, getting upgraded free. When the rest of us travel, we got to pay the airline. We got to get, I'm just like, huh? So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm suspicious about this excuse. We all paying the same CUC bill. I think that what happens, quite frankly, is they try to upgrade their house when they probably shouldn't. They need to just keep it under control. That's what I'm saying. All right, let me see here now. That's right, Sandy Hill, totally agreeing with you. Only person I owe is CUC and Water Authority monthly. I'm afraid of that. Well, I owe CNB. I'm not ashamed to say I owe CNB some money too, and I'm afraid too. Every month I'd be like, you better have them people money sitting there to pay them. Tartarian says, not everything good to eat, good to talk. Oh, I love that Kimanian saying. I went to the bookstore the other day and I purchased a book. You guys see that little book? I don't have it in here, but with the Kimanian like colloquial sayings and stuff like that, we can start going through some of those. I love them. And Tartarian, this one is so true. Kimanian say it all the time. Not everything good to eat, good to talk, In other words, those of you who are not familiar with what that means, keep certain things to yourself. Last night at the forum, he made a move too, but he backed down. What forum? There's a forum last night? He made a move and he backed down. Oh, God. Anthony says, I'm so surprised that Kenneth is deputy leader of the opposition. His personality is so day and night to Mr. Hugh, who is so conservative. Well, honey child, I can give you 200,000 reasons why he's deputy leader of the opposition. Donations got him in. A certain donor made a $200,000 donation to the party, and they still overspent, which is crazy to me. But they basically paid his way in. I'm just saying. Oh, the press briefing is ready. Hold on. And they are very different. And I'm surprised I'm surprised John was the first one to resign. Let me put it that way, because I thought for sure Kenneth would have been gone first. But anywho, we shall see. Okay, press briefing. We're still waiting on them to come in. Hot mess. Kenneth should be ashamed of himself. Imagine he's coming from a few thousand a month salary like the rest of us. Now he's up to an MP salary and complaining. This is the outcome of people that forget where they're coming from and live above their means. Beep Bop says the credit union is taking monetary donations also. Thank you so much. That's right. Miss Brenda says, I don't beg, borrow, or steal. That's what Aunt Lottie would say. If you don't have it, you don't have it, and live within your means. You know what my Aunt Lottie used to say? She used to say to me, Sandy, if you got one pair of drawers, well, she wouldn't say drawers. Okay, my would say that. She'd say panties. If you got one pair of panties, because she kind of had a little bit of a southern drawl, you just make sure you are clean. You come home every night and you wash that out. You're hanging up on the line, because in those days we used clotheslines. Yes, we did. No dryer there. Clothesline. That's how things got dried. You hang it up. You dry it out. and you make sure you are clean and presentable. Nobody don't have to know your business. Now I say not everything good for eat, good to talk. Nobody don't have to know your business about how poor you are. That is a matter for you. But at the end of the day, when you go out there, you represent, you make sure you're clean, you take your bath, you brush your teeth, you comb your hair, you're presentable. But don't you go out there looking at what other people have and try to live up with them or try to have what they have, whatever. No. Because you know what Aunt Lottie used to say? You don't know how the hell they got what they got. So with you not knowing how they got what they got, what are you looking at it for? Okay? You like Miss Brenda said, you don't know if they begged it, if they stole it, if they robbed from somebody, or if they worked hard. So since you don't know, mind your business and focus on you, because you know how you got what you got, and you better be getting it the right way. What a mess. I tell you. Yeah, I mean, listen, there are people who are still going to ignore the advice and try to take things, but they're going to have an issue getting it to Jamaica. This is going to be the problem, because all of the cargo flights that are going to go, I mean, I guess they will send some supplies, but to be honest, they're going to prioritize the official agencies getting their stuff on. So, the logistics of getting it there, and once it gets there, where it goes is going to be a nightmare if you don't let people lead who are actually part of a bigger organized effort. That is all that I'm saying, right? Like even this poor lady, bless her little heart, she's good, well-intentioned. She needs somebody to come pick it up. Who's going to go pick it up? And then how is it going to get to the airport? How is it going to get packed? Whose stuff is it going to go with? You can't just throw things in a plane and it's going to go. Somebody has to be responsible. Like, oh, I'm putting this in my name to be shipped to Jamaica. Customs has to go through it. They need to make sure there's no bamboozling back and forth, no drugs or anything else going in these shipments. They're going to be checking still. Just because it's a disaster crisis situation doesn't mean that they're going to be ignoring all of these proper protocols. So they still have to follow proper protocols. And then when it gets to Jamaica, who's going to be responsible for it? Who's going to the Kingston airport? Regional airports are closed. How does it get distributed out from there? If you're sending it to a particular person, how is it going to get to them? There's a lot of logistical things, I think, that are happening here. Good morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra.
Morning.
I hear you on here bragging about paying cash for your vehicle.
You heard me bragging about saving up for it.
And you didn't say saving up.
Yes, I said over 6 months.
No. You responded and said.
Sure. Oh.
Okay. But let me repeat. You're on here bragging about paying cash for your vehicle. And I take it's no ordinary Japanese vehicle.
Actually, it's going to be a Chinese vehicle.
You still haven't called me to find out what color Volvo I want.
I got to be getting a Chinese one.
I changed my mind. I don't want a Volvo anymore. I want one of those Range Rovers now.
Lord have mercy.
All right. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
That's it.
You're gone from bad to worse now. You're gone from bad to worse.
Funny enough, I always loved Land Rovers.
Oh, they're very sturdy, I can tell you that.
Yeah, and it's probably because, with my daddy always driving a Land Rover, I had an appreciation for them. And now, of course, over the years, they've made them look, how should I say, not so masculine anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But
yes, because they were very boxy for a while, I think. You're right.
Yeah, but they were actually designed, more for military than just, But anyway, Sandra, I've called to say, and I'm sure many of your listeners on here might want to know this. We have a large Jamaican population in our community. So if people have stuff that they'd like to donate, everybody knows a Jamaican. Just call them, offer it to them, because they will be going home as soon as the airport is open. They will be going home to take stuff for their children, their spouses, mothers, fathers, and so on. That's those who don't have money to give or refuse to give money to people that they don't know where it's going to end up. Also, pretty soon, they will be doing something for the people of the Bahamas. And I can let you know when that's going to happen. And again, they will take stuff from you. They're not demanding money. Anything that you can give, they will take it from you. They're in touch with their people in the Bahamas that need, so they know what to ask for, or they're not asking for anything, just taking it to send to them. And it's the same with Jamaica. I hate to say this, Sandra, and this is not to contradict anyone that you bring on your show. First of all, I find it rather appalling for someone who knows nothing about Jamaica. I don't know if they've ever been there, who want to speak on behalf of the Jamaican people. Those people, some of them have been washed out of their houses. They've lost everything.
This is my question though, Miss Brenda.
No, let me finish. Some of them are still walking in a foot deep of water in their homes.
Yeah, so why are people sending them clothes and shoes and stuff? Where do they put all that stuff?
Hold on. Except the clothes on their back. The point I am making is the Red Cross and whomever else, if they don't want to take it, I'm saying give it to the Jamaicans who are here. They will find a way to get it to their family members. And at least that way, you know that what you gave, someone got it. People there need. There are people there walking around with the same clothes, and in some instances dirty now because of having been flooded on and so on. Please don't tell me that those people don't need clothes. Don't tell me babies don't need food and milk. Don't tell me women don't need sanitary stuff. I heard the Honorable Prime Minister Holness on several channels doing interviews with Muslim Americans. And you know, one of the things he's stressing that they need, medication. Medication. All right? So don't be discouraged, people, about giving stuff. You can always give something. And if the Red Cross won't take it from you, reach out to a Jamaican who's living here and give it to them. That's what I'm doing.
All right.
My gardener is a Jamaican. My electrician is a Jamaican. My domestics are Jamaicans. And I can tell you what, hurricanes don't have to come for me to assist if they need something. And they will be getting from me. My gardener comes from St. Elizabeth. And I don't think I need to say to anyone the condition now that St. Elizabeth is in. So they will take stuff from you. They're all going to go down, just like when Gilbert hit, and take stuff for their people. There's nothing to buy in Jamaica except for a few places on the eastern end, which is Kingston, St. Catherine, and so on, that didn't get completely devastated. But how many people from St. Elizabeth and Montego Bay can get there? So these people, like I said, we know how resourceful Jamaicans are. Let us not underestimate them. Reach out to them, offer them the stuff. If they don't want to take it, fine. You offered it. But I can guarantee you they will take it.
Okay, the press conference is starting. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And of course, I will respectfully disagree with her, because even the Jamaican government themselves are telling you, please do not send stuff like that. You're going to cause havoc in terms of even holding up the agencies that are trying to help them get the things that they need, like the medicine and so on. They themselves have said, do not do this. My helper just sent a message. She said the Jamaican government has said, don't do that. Jamaican officials said yesterday, no furniture, no this, no that. Do not send those things. So, I mean, you can have your opinion, but if the people who are the government in Jamaica, they're organizing their efforts and they're saying, listen, this is how we want it done, respect how these things work. This isn't just just give it to the gardener. I'm sorry, Miss Brenda. I do not agree with this at all. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, of course, everybody knows a Jamaican. I mean, I had to chuckle when she said that. Of course we do. We all know Jamaicans. But that's not really the point. It's about trying to get a concerted effort of getting goods there and helping in a way that is meaningful to the people, and oversending all these clothes and all this stuff that is just going to end up in a landfill, end up on the tarmac, nobody to clear it properly, nobody to handle it. I am not sending, and thankfully I think our people are okay. I still haven't heard from my mother-in-law because she not got no communication where she's at. But I am not sending down no basket of clothes with nobody for her or anything else. So the phone has been sold, honey child. Testament to CMR. Morning show lit. What else we got around here that we need to sell? The person says perfect timing, as I was almost too busy to listen to you this morning. Look at God. So I will set aside everything for you. I will wipe the phone today. Like I said, I've got the original box and everything for it. And so I'm going to put it all in the bag for you, honey child. You're getting a new phone. Where did I put the boxes? I had to hide the boxes because Gigi kept going after the boxes, telling me she can't have a box. I'm like, child, no, you can't have that box. That's being sold. Where did I put them? I was like, that's being sold with the phone. No, you can't have that, mama. I don't even know where's the boxes? Did she move them? I'm going to look on the other side of my desk here in a second. And you are going to get a case with it. It's purple, so you might not want that one. You might want to change it out, but I'm just saying. Okay, so we're still waiting on them to get started. They are running a little bit late, but as you can imagine, there's a lot going on in Jamaica at the moment. So bless them. So yes, I mean, I'll make a little donation later on to help other people in need, because I think our people are good. I don't think our people have any immediate needs. So yeah. This person had me chuckling this morning. Look at this one now. Hold on one second. And that's why the Jamaican government has set up a bank account, because that's what they want you to do. So this person says, Miss Sandy, Lord have mercy. What parts are we working out? Because my legs are burning, laughing out loud, not my stomach. Them both, Jesus, help. Have a great day. Yeah, no, we're working those quads. That's the front of the legs. So if you feel that burning, that means you're doing a good job. That's exactly what should be burning. That's what you should be feeling. Someone says about Kenneth that he's just trying to keep up his side chick appearances. Lord, just appearances in general. Y'all don't need to be doing that. No need to keep up appearances. Y'all know that I don't be worried. I had a joke when somebody said to me one time, because I had a Mercedes years ago, over 20 something years ago, during COVID. Not COVID, Ivan. My Mercedes take a lick and kept on ticking, honey child. She kept driving. But somebody said to me after that, I was like, oh, you know what? I want a Honda SUV. They're like, oh, you're going to go from Mercedes to Honda? And I said, why not? Is there some problem? This was one of my family members. I'm like, you think I worried about people thinking, oh my God, she should drive Mercedes. Now I'm like, first of all, y'all try and go out there and buy the top of the line Honda CRV with sunroof and full leather interior. They're pushing, back in those days, $45,000, $50,000. They were almost like a Mercedes. But one thing with a Honda, boy, they got to drive until the wheels fall off and then some. So I love a Honda for reliability, but I'm going to give these GAC, these Chinese cars, a little chance next year. That's going to be an extra vehicle around here for, well, I'm not going to tell y'all who's going to be driving it, but it won't be me. I mean, obviously I still have my Benz, but every once in a while I might beg a little ride off her because they're nice. I was telling my friend we need to go test drive some. Ooh, I wonder if he has time. Chris, are you around today? We could go test drive today. Oh my God. We should go test drive them today. Then I can give y'all a report. I want to test drive one of the We're still waiting on the press conference. I want to test drive the E one, the electronic one, and then I want to do one of the other ones. Oh yeah, but no, listen, if you know a year in advance that you want a new car next year, instead of paying that bank note, if you save that money up, you will have your new car in no time. Or do a hybrid method. So when you go to the bank, you're not borrowing everything from them. You can say, you know what? I saved up 50%, and then I only need you to help with the other 50%. Do it that way. We have a Tesla already, honey child. Don't talk to me about that right now. I mean, tech-wise, I love the Tesla, and it is an amazing drive. But they're a great car. But for other reasons, including Elon Musk and his ridiculousness, I'm not too keen to probably support him and his companies anymore. So now I think we have to stand on principle when we make certain purchases. Yes, Hondas do have the best retail value. Mercedes holds a good retail value as well. And so Hondas have a really good retail value. So when I'm ready to purchase this new car, anybody looking for a good used Honda Fit hatchback, you can contact me because that'll be the replacement for this car. So give you a good discount. But why money? How are we sure the government going to help? Listen, Gabby, that is the question. Like, how are you sure that your gardener can do the right thing? You don't know. Anybody can abuse your good nature. But the government of Jamaica, my apologies, I can tell you, has a keen interest in helping their citizens rebuild. That is the burden that's on them right now. They just activated, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this. I was going to post this up. They actually activated some disaster bond that they had in place, where they can, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Lord have mercy. That's my graphics guy. But anyway, I'll put on a little facial moisturizer. Thank you very much. They activated this emergency bond request. Let me just see where I put that last night now. Yeah. Because, thankfully, they had this $25 million catastrophe bond, and it was triggered a full payout under the country's parametric insurance mechanism. This is fantastic. The bond, developed with international partners, provided rapid financial support. The UK is also sending money, so we did a story in that. The governor of the Cayman Islands has allowed, our agency here to also assist. So, I mean, there's lots of resources, thankfully, that are coming to Jamaica. But most people are asking for monetary donations so they can pool, as they said. If they say, okay, in this area right now, we need construction material. How many of y'all have construction material that you can put in a container? No. They can source it regionally. It might not be in Jamaica, but I think their first source to keep money in the economy to help the people in that country, if it's available in that country and they can source it at a decent price without price gouging or whatever, they will source it. If not, they look to countries that are closer that have the resources, right? So maybe Jamaica doesn't have it right now, but who's close to Jamaica that hasn't been hit by the storm? Lord have mercy. Whatever. There are ways to get materials in very, very quickly from regional partners, even from the US. And so they go with buying power. They go in saying, listen, we've got $1 million and we want $1 million worth of plywood to be able to help people, not just plywood, obviously, but building materials to help people rebuild, right? What can you give us for $1 million to help? And of course, there will be companies even out of the US that say, okay, we can't give a monetary donation. What's the name of the big place that y'all go to? Home Depot. But Home Depot might say, you know what? We're going to give you guys 25% off, or we'll do it at cost, or whatever, right? We will give it 50% discount, whatever, to be able to get the things to the people of Jamaica. So for that $1 million, they're going to get double or triple what an ordinary purchase would be for that amount of money. So there's a lot of reasons why you want people who, like I said, have the necessary experience to do it. Okay. And if you don't want to do that, then don't do nothing. Because the problem, I think, is if you do things that that hurt the logistics and get in the way, you're actually doing harm and not good. And that is my thing here with the messaging. If you choose not to do anything, hey, that's your business. I don't need to hear an excuse as to why you're not going to do it. I frankly, whatever, right? But know that logistically, if you're doing something, that you could actually be hurting the efforts more than helping the efforts. Again, just simply go to what has already been shared. These are legitimate examples of disasters that have happened around the world where good-meaning people attempted to help, and in fact, they were hurting more than anything else. There was clothing on tarmac that had to be set on fire. There was a 48-hour delay in getting people medication that they needed that they could not get. Because of why? Because all these smaller donations had come in at the airport. Oh, here we go.
From around the world, it is Thursday, October 30, 2 days after the passage of Hurricane Melissa. And we all know it's been devastating seeing the scenes in Western Jamaica. There are entire communities that seem to be marooned and also areas that have been flattened. I think the entire Jamaica is really broken because of what has happened, but we remain resilient. We're working to get to those who need as much assistance as possible. And I will give you some updates right at the beginning. I know some of you go off at 10:30 for other programming that's not as important. So I'm going to try to get through those updates very quickly, but I have to acknowledge persons in the room. Where this morning you're going to have the Honorable Favour Williams, our Minister of Finance and the Public Service. You will also have the Honorable Desmond McKenzie, our Minister of Local Government and Community Development, the Honorable Darrell Vaz, our Minister of Energy, Telecoms and Transport, the man working to get the lights back on and holding our energy partners very much responsible and holding their feet to the fire. The Honorable Matthew Samuda, Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, who will update you on the water situation. The Honorable Nestor Morgan, our Minister with responsibility for works, updating on roads. We'll also have the Honorable Andrew Wheatley, our Minister with responsibility for science, technology and special projects. And he's going to be bringing us some updates on some issues we're having in the online space. We have several permanent secretaries here. We acknowledge them. I know we don't have much time today to go through everyone, members of the media. We also have with us some special persons. We cannot do this recovery without partnership and without international support. And we have some persons here with us who are indeed Jamaica's brothers and sisters, and those are representatives from the government of the Cayman Islands, and I have to acknowledge them. We have the Honorable Andre Ebanks, and I'd love you to stand so they can see you, the Premier and Minister for Foreign Affairs, Look at Cayman representing.
Thank you, Andre.
And he has a team with him. They came in this morning. They flew in one of the first flights to come to Jamaica with supplies to assist the Jamaican people. They had generators, medical items, meals, and they're going to be doing more. They've said they're going to do much more, and we're so happy to have you here this morning, and we thank you for your partnership in this very difficult time for us. We also have several ministers here with us. We have the Honorable Nicholas Da Costa. We also have the Honorable J. Ebanks. We also have, the entire Cayman team seems to be here. We have the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Joey Hugh, is here with us. And we have the Honorable Consul, Dr. Joseph Mazuka. He's here too. He's organized all of this. And we also have Sam Rose, the Cabinet Secretary in the Cayman Islands. And so we thank you all for being here. And again, I say good morning to everyone. I'm going to give you some initial highlights in terms of updates, but the ministers are here and they'll give more specific updates. These are very important updates, and I ask you to listen to the official sources of information. There's a lot of info online. Some of it is true, some of it is not. So please pay attention to official information. And so yesterday, several ministers were out doing damage assessments. I know all the members of parliament were also. In addition to that, our Prime Minister, he did aerial tours and ground tours yesterday in parts of Western Jamaica. The Prime Minister today will attempt to do Trelawney, Westmoreland, and Hanover. So yesterday we were able to do some of St. Elizabeth, we were able to do some of St. James, didn't get to do everything that we would have wanted to do because sometimes the helicopter could not land because of the devastation. And so today, based on the weather, and as you know, we can't send the helicopters up if the weather is not good. And so we have to always bear in mind safety. So we'll continue some of that work today. And the Prime Minister, as I said, will attempt today to go to Trelawney, Westmoreland, and Hanover because we have to see the damage that has been done there. There's also we've had many requests from members of the media to also go up in helicopters to survey the damage. But we cannot do that right now. Right now, all the helicopters are focused on relief-related efforts. And so we cannot at this time do that. But we're hoping that by in the weekend, we'll be able to accommodate media. And so we'll be able to have some limited tours, if you want to call them that, or missions where we take members of the media to see the damage by.
It's not having access to 1 million industrial-grade products that's so amazing. It's the feeling of knowing you'll find the one you need. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Make a concept, the JCF and the JDF, but primarily the JDF. The JDF, or military, is doing quite a lot of work, and I just need to note they have activated a humanitarian and disaster task force, and they have several disaster assistance teams that are working, 3 different teams. Yesterday they started the work to get to Westmoreland. They are cutting their way on foot through blocked roads by foot. This is not easy work.
Wow.
So they were able to get to Black River through a lot of very difficult work and difficult conditions. They were also able to do Luana, Middle Quarters, and New Holland. They got to Holland Bamboo yesterday, and they encountered lots of problems there. As you know, these beautiful bamboo plants, they're entwined, and they've had to be cutting through, and they've had to pull them out, use equipment. Sometimes it's machetes that they're using to get through them. And there are hundreds of bamboo plants that they're trying to get through. They did not finish it last night. They are back at it this morning to try to clear the road. Now, let me be clear. That is not full opening of the roadway. What we're trying to do is to get a corridor that relief vehicles, emergency vehicles can go through. So we're trying to get 1 lane cleared. Now, we are hoping that will be done by this morning. The JDF team started again, and they are working very hard to do that. And we'll get more information to you as the road is cleared. They are working to get additional equipment, and of course they need petrol to operate these equipment and fuel. And so they're coordinating that so that as they get in, they can also go into other remote areas. So they're trying to clear the main roads, and then they will look at the other roads. They're also, the JDF, or Jamaica Defense Force, is also doing air response. They have been taking patients from Black River So they've been doing casualty evacuations from the Black River Hospital. A lot of people are worried about that hospital, so they have been doing that. They've also started this morning to move some of the pre-positioned food from Up Park Camp, which is our military base, and they have started that. Just also to note that the JDF would like us to know that they're going to be doing patrols in the affected area. These are disaster areas. And so we need to note to everyone, even though we're clearing roads, especially in the most affected areas, stay off the road. We need the emergency vehicles to pass. We're opening it for the ambulances. They're also coordinating their ambulances behind that team that is going by foot, opening the roadway. There are ambulances behind them trying to get to the affected. I also have to note also that we are, and I don't see it here, so I'm going to have to find that one. I know one of the questions had to do with casualties, and I have an update from the JDF in relation to that, and I should give that to you. They have dedicated a helicopter to locate and coordinate the collection of any bodies that may be there. We get a lot of reports about potential bodies. We're not sure. They have to verify this. And so we have a helicopter that's been dedicated that is going to be doing that really, really very difficult work. Obviously, we continue to pray that we will not have to recover many bodies, but just know that the JDF is doing everything they can to get there and to do what is necessary. And so we will give you more updates on that as we go along. I also have some other updates for you in terms of flights. You would have heard that the airport opened, and Minister Vaz will speak a little bit more on that, and that's why the Cayman team was able to be here. But in terms of Kingston Harbor, there are many entities that want to ship goods to Jamaica, and so the process of reopening the harbor started yesterday, and so the harbor is open. So let's talk about KFTL. Most of their berthing systems are intact and sound. There have been minimal damage to cargo, and so we expect that this morning it did happen. The harbor master declared the harbor open, and vessels can now come in. So KFTL and KWL will commence unloading of vessels and delivery of cargo. They started that at 7 a.m. this morning, and so the ports are opening. We also should note the waiving of storage fees until November 2. The Port Authority of Jamaica and the public wharves, KFTL, KWL, and port handlers will waive storage charges on containers for the period that the terminals were closed until the 2nd of November 2025. In terms of our cruise ports, yesterday we did do assessments. The Port Authority was out, and there is some good news there. In Ocho Rios, the cruise pier can accommodate vessels beginning tomorrow, the 31st of October 2025. And in terms of Falmouth, there's more work to be done. The town was badly affected, but in terms of the cruise pier, there was some damage, but not extensive damage. So we should soon be able to bring that up, and we'll give you more updates on the Montego Bay Cruise Terminal. The Port Royal can accept vessels from tomorrow also, October 31. And in terms of Port Antonio, it too can accept vessels from the 31st of October. I have some other updates, but I'm going to go straight to the ministers. I'm going to begin with I'm going to start with Minister Darrell Vaz, who will come and give you an update on the utilities and also his work with the telecoms providers. Minister Vaz.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone, especially our friends from Cayman, Premier Leader of the Opposition Ministers. Thank you very much for coming. Means a lot. So let's start with JPS. as of 8 a.m. this morning. The country is currently operating on a slim generation reserve margin due to the unavailability of generation units and required high voltage transmission lines to meet growing demand from restoration. Firm generation available, 190.5 megawatts. Forecasted peak, 180.5 megawatts. No renewable output available from solar and wind plants. The floating storage reclassification unit that supplies LNG is expected to dock on Friday, October 31st. This will restore natural gas supply to plants that burn gas as a primary fuel. Transmission, over 70% of transmission lines remain out of service due to the severe damage. Reconnaissance flights with the JDF will continue today to assess further damage. Distribution, over 52,000 customers were restored over the last 24 hours. Approximately 490,380 customers, 72% of the customer base is still without power. 70% of the distribution network is de-energized with only sections of Kingston and St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and St. Thomas, the main areas being served. Let me just note that I got a report a while ago that the entire St. Thomas is suffering from low voltage. So I asked JPS to look into that immediately. The highlights, if you can call it that. 8 major hospitals have been restored, including all major hospitals in Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, Spanish Town, now has power. We're working to restore 13 other major health clinics across the island. Power has been restored to the Norman Manley International Airport. And I just give you, for clarity, Clarendon, totally out, 51,000 customers. Hanover, same, 16,466. KSA North, 96,000 customers, 25,000 without light. South, 60,091, only 3,946 have light. Portland, 23,000 customers, 19,000 without light. Portmore, 52,000, 31,000 without light. St. Anne, 46,000, all up without light. St. Catherine, 86,000, 50,000 without light. St. Elizabeth, 45,000, all out. St. James, 62,000, 61,000 without. St. Mary, 30,000, 29,000 without light. St. Thomas, 20,000, 4,657 without light. Trelawney, fully out at 20,712. Westmoreland, 34,000, all without light. So total customers out as of October 29th is 542,000, and customers restored over the last 24 hours, 52,000, leaving 490,000 without power. So we understand the frustration, we understand the anxiety, but we ask for your patience. The Universal Service Fund in the Western region has 7 public Wi-Fi hubs and 112 community Wi-Fi hotspots. All are down due to hurricane damage, power loss, and ISP service disruption. In the interim, deployment of Starlink satellite-based internet systems to provide immediate broadband coverage in key communities while terrestrial infrastructure is restored. Installation of solar-powered hubs that can support Wi-Fi access and device charging for residents, enhancing community resilience and access to communication channels during restoration period. We all know how important communication is in a time like this. There are people who still have not been able to make contact with their families, their loved ones, their friends, and road access is still impossible. So you can imagine the deep, deep sense of worry that is widespread across Jamaica. Some good news. Both All 3 international airports are now open for relief supplies. We are expecting 9 flights. Cayman was the first this morning. Thank you again. And we expect 9 relief flights into Norman Manley. We expect 2 into Ian Fleming through American Airlines. And we also expect 2 into Montego Bay this afternoon with the operators of the airport, GAP, sending from Mexico 2 cargo jets with supplies and also, obviously, technical support for the airport. Better news, if we can call it that. Norman Manley International resumed operations this morning for commercial passenger, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 flights in and out of Jamaica today. We have Cayman Airways, Aerojet, American, 2 flights, Caribbean, Copa, Air Canada, JetBlue, Cayman. So Cayman would have 3 actually, and Copa would have 2. That's arrivals. And of course, those same flights will depart. So Norman Manley is back up for all intents and purposes, and will continue. I'm expecting that Ian Fleming will also accommodate flights today, both relief and passenger flights. And as we know, the Montego Bay Airport is receiving relief, and I'm expecting to announce in a matter of hours the commercial operations limited to restart tomorrow. As I said before, in terms of the Montego Bay Airport, we have 2 terminals. Terminals with gates 1 to 7 had some roof damage and flood damage. So we will take those out of service and use 8 to 19, which should be more than sufficient based on the fact that we don't expect a large influx of flights outside of relief and obviously limited flights to come into Jamaica. So, let's see what else I can give you. The regular airdromes have some damage, but will be reopened. Telecommunications, very important. As of the 29th, Flow's telecommunication infrastructure is demonstrating resilience and readiness. Mobile emergency service, over 67,000 unique subscribers have utilized Starlink. SMS emergency service is available in the last 2 days. 30% of sites are operational island-wide. Urban areas showing better performance. Kingston 65%, St. Thomas 75%, St. Andrew 63%. And top mobile sites, 274 are up, 520 are down, which means 35% are up. The JUTC rolled out 175 buses this morning in the Kingston metropolitan area, Spanish Town and Portmore. Those buses are going to stay on the routes, the rural routes, West Rural and East Rural. The road conditions and damage are bad, so we're unable to get into those areas. And the Rural Express, JUTC Rural Express, will discontinue the Negril service until obviously access is accessible. I think it's important, Minister Dixon, that going forward on a daily basis, we indicate to Jamaica which roads are open so people don't go trying to get to their loved ones and have to turn back. So I know work is being done, but it's important that we give that information on a regular basis so persons don't head out without being able to reach to their final destination with food and their loved one. As you said, the harbor master has given the go-ahead to reopen, and of course, we're just waiting on the wharfs to do their checks to make sure that all is okay with that. There was a update from Digicel. I'll have to provide that at a later stage. So I'll save the rest for questions And I'll try and get some more information between now and then. If there's any essential service under my ministry that I've forgotten, please just ask the question and I'll get the information. JUTC and Montego Bay Metro, both are serving as best as possible. Obviously, Montego Bay St. James got a bad hit as well, so it will be limited service. But for JUTC, and we will be providing JUTC for relief efforts to go for families who want to get down there to help their loved ones. JUTC will be crafting something to assist in getting more people in one bus than having 5 or 6 cars trying to do the same thing. In closing, let me just say that I ask everybody, every single citizen of Jamaica, to make time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, to just dedicate some prayers for those.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. You've heard the situation with telecoms and know that we know there are many people who are trying to reach their loved ones by phone and are not getting through. And so it's a priority for us to get some more avenues for telecommunication between family members. And I tell you, I remember Hurricane Ivan. My mother was in Cayman. My grandfather was in Cayman. I didn't hear from them for days. I was a wreck. So I know there are so many people in Jamaica, all over the world, that I know your heart is breaking because you've not heard from your families. And so please know that the government is doing everything we can to get to them. And that's why our soldiers, and they were working with regular civilians, just came out and said, we want to help. And they're going by foot, trying to clear the roadways. And so we are going to get to them. We're going to get to every community. It may take a little time, but we're going to do it as quickly as we can and get aid and food to all those who need it. All right, I'm going to give you a quick update on education. I mean, a lot of people have asked about schools. In the areas that were not badly affected, we're in Kingston, and when you drive around Kingston, you see some fallen trees, but it's not bad at all. That's not the case in other parts. So where we know that schools can resume, we will be doing so on Monday. But a lot of our schools do not have electricity and they do not have water, even in places that weren't as badly affected. And so we're doing the assessments and we are looking at an emergency plan. I've asked Senator Marlon Morgan to work primarily on this emergency plan because we're going to have a plan for children in Westmoreland, in Hanover, in St. Elizabeth, and in St. James. And so we are working through that and at the appropriate time. Right now, it's about getting food to individuals. It's about getting those who may be injured assistance. It is not the time really for those concerns, but we are starting to think about it and we will give you updates at the appropriate time. I know we have some other ministers who should be reporting. They are out in the field. They're on their way here. We have Minister Samuda, who is going to come and speak about the water situation and also some updates on some discussions with the private sector around mobilizing food that is already in Jamaica, and he's on his way here. We also have coming to join us, we should be having Minister Morgan, who will give you a further update on roads. And we have, oh, you're here. Okay, so you can go next. I didn't see you walk in the room, so. Okay. All right, so we are going to go into the update on roads. And then we have Minister Samuja just walked in from his meeting with the private sector. Thank you for being here, ministers. So we're going to go in that order. Minister Morgan, you will come now. And then we'll have Minister Samuda give his update. And then after that, we are going to have Minister Wheatley, who will be talking through some concerns we're having online with a lot of scamming happening. And so we do have to address it here this morning. And then we'll close with Minister Mackenzie's update from the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. But before that one, we also have been getting a lot of questions about the cat bond. This administration did quite a great job, Minister Williams, in trying to build in some resilience into our economy. And we are going to have to get an update from you. I don't know if you want to come now. Would you like to come now on the cat bond? Yes, I know. The Cayman team is going to have to leave, and so you may see some activity. They do have to get back to the airport to leave. All right, so I'm going to have Minister Morgan, and then we can continue with the rest of the press conference. Minister Morgan?
Hello, good morning, everyone, colleague ministers. All right, no, I'm not Minister Morgan. But let me say good morning to colleague ministers, permanent secretaries, ladies and gentlemen, members of the media, and to say how very delighted I am this morning to be here with the Premier from the Cayman Islands, the Honorable Andre Banks, and his delegation. I met them at the airport this morning. I welcome them, having heard and seen the footage about Hurricane Melissa in Jamaica. They jumped on a plane and are here this morning. So I'm going to give a minute to the Premier just to introduce your team or just to hand over. Okay.
Good morning, Jamaica, and good morning to our folks.
This print prints everything to get your brand in front of your fans, like t-shirts, water bottles, and totes, so everyone can gift it, work in it.
Brief. From our standpoint, the Cayman Islands has a deep heritage and history with Jamaica. As Mr. Vaz has mentioned, and as you also have mentioned, we have had our own experience with Hurricane Ivan, and Jamaica was there for Cayman. So we pushed aside our usual state business and got on the first flight that we could to pledge our support. We have brought over an initial round of about US $200,000 of key essential supplies. We also have pledged, and I've written a letter signed by myself to your Prime Minister of about US 1.2 million of goods that we will have, essential supplies and resources that we will have shipped directly to Jamaica. So just know, on behalf of myself and the government, ministers who are here, Minister J.E. Banks, Minister Nick DaCosta, and the leader of the opposition, Cayman stands with Jamaica. Thank you. We'll have a host of other colleagues and friends that will come in the coming days and weeks, but God bless you all. God is in control.
Thank you. That was not expected, but thank you. Just to note, if we're leaving, can we go on this side, please, so we're not blocking the cameras that are right ahead? Thank you. Bye. So thank you very much, Cayman. And I should note at this point, since we have acknowledged Cayman, there are many governments around the world that are offering support to us. We've gotten support from the US government, we've gotten support from the EU, from the UK. All of our Caribbean brothers and sisters have pledged support. I know Trinidad last night, we were on the phone with them and they have a shipment coming to Jamaica. Many other entities around the world have pledged their support, and we are so grateful to all of them for that support. Okay, and now we'll go to Minister Morgan. Minister Morgan, it is your time. Jamaica wants to know about what's going on the roads.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morris Dixon. Thanks to everyone who is tuning in. Just want to give a report on the current situation regarding our roads and major infrastructure. We began experiencing the effects of Melissa on October 24. For the first few days, as the hurricane moved along the south coast of the island, it resulted in flash flooding, landslides, and block drains in several parishes, especially in eastern and in central parishes. On October 27, the hurricane made landfall along the western coast of Jamaica, resulting in a significant damage to roads and other infrastructure, particularly on the western parts of the island, Westmoreland and South St. Elizabeth, South Manchester, and in some places in Clarendon. also had serious impacts in Trelawney, Hanover, St. James, and St. Anne. Based on the reports received up to early this morning, more than 151 roads have been reported affected island-wide. Of this amount, 134 are still blocked. We have fully cleared 11 roads, and we have partially cleared to single lane 41 roads, and we continue to work on 82. So let me repeat that. 151 roads are affected. 134 were blocked or are still blocked to some extent. And we have cleared 11 fully, and 41 are single lane, while we're still working on 82. Now, based on our mandate at the National Works Agency, our central role is the immediate activation of our various parish offices to mobilize equipment and personnel to clear blocked roads and restore access to communities. Primary consideration has to be given, based on our mandate, to corridors which include health facilities such as hospitals and clinics and health centers, airports and seaports. And I'll speak about airports. One of the first things that we did on the night that the hurricane left was to send a team along with the JDF. The team included the CEO of the National Works Agency at 11:30 in the night to examine the Palisados Road so that we could demonstrate that the road was safe for the opening of the airport. So that's one of the things that we did immediately in the aftermath of the hurricane. So we have to give access to shelters. We have to work with the Jamaica Public Service Company to give access to power lines and so on. But we also have to wait on the Jamaica Public Service Company to tell us that this line is no longer live and we can clear it. Across the island, a large percentage of the Jamaica Public Service facilities are lying on the road. The contractors cannot touch those power lines without the Jamaica Public Service Company saying to us, it is safe for us to do so. So we have a very close relationship with the Jamaica Public Service Company. So many persons would be calling and saying, the NWA tractor is sitting there waiting. It is waiting because for safety purposes, we can't touch the line unless we get a clearance. Even though it may look like there is no power, our contractors cannot be sure. We have to provide access to cell towers to ensure that Jamaicans have access to telephony. We have to provide access to major road corridors. For example, this morning, we are working on the North Coast Highway, where there are several areas, particularly near Pear Tree Bottom, where there is silting on the road. There's also a boat, a large boat, that is across the road on the North-South Highway that we're working to clear. We have to examine major infrastructure, such as bridges. We have to look at the Sandy Gully Bridge to make sure that it is ready to take heavy traffic again. We have to look at the Maypen Bridge, the Yalas Bridge, all of these things. And not only do we have to look at the bridges, but we also have to work in collaboration with NWC, because a lot of the bridges also carry important utilities such as water line on them. So it's a collaborative approach with the government. We have secured partnership with our partners, including construction contractors, major contractors such as China Harbour Engineering, and other grade 1 contractors such as S&G and others. I won't name all of them, who have capital works taking place. For example, S&G is working in Portmore to help clear the roads in Portmore. China Harbour is working in St. James to help to clear those roads in St. James. And all across the island, we have engaged not only contractors at the grade 1 level, but also lower level contractors and also equipment owners island-wide. And they're working specifically in South St. Elizabeth. We have a lot of equipment in South St. Elizabeth. Right now, as we speak, we have equipment in Black River trying to clear the debris. But let's give an example of what is happening in South Central Elizabeth. There's 4 foot of sand on the road adjacent to the sea that is not going to be cleared in 24 hours. 4 feet of sand stretching for over a mile is going to require significant haulage, significant heavy equipment. So 24, 30 odd hours after the hurricane, our contractors are active, we are active on the ground. But the reality that we face is that we require time. Holland bamboo is another situation. Not only is Holland bamboo the bamboo in the road, but it is also flooded. So the time it would take to clear, if it was only the bamboo in the road, would be easier. Moneague is the same thing. The bridge at Moneague, we want to clear it, but it is also flooded. It's going to take some time for the water to recede so that the heavy equipment can go in. Not only do we have to contemplate that, but there are also areas where the hillsides have become unstable. So you might send an operator in, for example, Bagwat Gorge. An engineer has to come and look at the hillside to ensure that rock falls are not continuing. So imagine sending an operator into the gorge and a rock falls on the machine and he loses his life. It would be irresponsible of the entity to allow that to happen. So there's a lot that goes in. It's not just sending personnel into an area to clear a road. There are other things that factor in to the clearing. So we are in collaboration with JPS NWC, Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, and we continue to work. Our first priority is to give single lane access, at least single lane access to where roads are blocked, which includes removing fallen trees, clearing landslides, relieving flooded areas by creating additional drainage. Our 14 parish technical teams, along with support from other departments, are assessing the effects of the damage and assigning appropriate equipment to clear affected areas. And we've also deployed technical teams to look at our bridges and critical infrastructure where river training may be necessary. We're also engaged with our coastal experts. For example, we're engaging with Smith Warner to look at our revetments across the island to ensure that they are stable. We're also looking at our gully network island-wide to ensure that even though the rains have stopped, are there gully walls that have now become unstable that may pose a risk to life for people who live close to gullies. We also have to be looking at our traffic signal network island-wide. A large portion of our traffic signal network is down, so we have to be doing assessments of that as well. Several communities, especially in western parishes, which were impacted by the hurricane, have seen a significant number of their drains destroyed. We continue to conduct assessments and create access where inaccessible areas exist so that our technical teams can look at the damage that exists there and solutions can be made. The works to achieve the access are being undertaken by private contractors who are part of the agency's framework. At the beginning of the hurricane season, we would have put out a call to every single contractor who has a public procurement certificate to ask them, if there is a disaster, do you wish to participate in recovery? Our first call is to the contractors who responded of their willingness to put down their equipment to absorb some of the cost of clearing and holding strain until we are able to stabilize and pay them. 24 hours to 30 odd hours after the event, we are still clearing roads and restoring access island-wide, and hence we are not able to provide a full cost as yet as to what the impact has been. Our targeted approach is multi-pronged. Reopening of blocked roads first to at least single lane, restore drivability of main thoroughfares which have been scoured, assessment of critical infrastructure for safety, bridges, gullies, rock revetments, and river training, assessment of traffic signal network, collaboration with our partners, JPS, NWC, our telephone companies, ODPEM, and our municipalities, and also giving regular updates to the nation as to where we are in clearing and assessing. Thank you very much, Minister Dr. Dana Morris-Dixon.
Thank you. I know your teams are out there. I've seen them, and I know they're definitely working in the most damaged areas also. We're going to now have the update on the water situation, and we have our Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change who will now give his update on that, on other things too.
Thank you, Minister Dixon, colleague ministers, heads of agencies, PSs, members of the media, members of the public who are watching and listening. Just over 30 hours post the all clear being given, NWC has the following updates as it relates to their supplies. The Mona and Hermitage systems are currently operating via generator, so you would note that you're getting sporadic supply as opposed to no supply in those areas. The Tullow Springs, which is the third major system that supplies southern St. Andrew and certainly sections of Kingston, is operating with full JPS supply, but is impacted by some turbidity. That seems to be settling now, so we are able to increase the volume of water coming from that system. We are also pulling some supply from wells in St. Catherine with the use of generator and connecting from private sources into our systems. So Kingston and St. Andrew, it would be fair to say that outside of the hilly interior, being East Rural St. Andrew and West Rural St. Andrew, are at minimum getting sporadic supply. The hilly interior is obviously impacted by pumps which need energy, and that is being worked through with JPS. We expect to be able to return most of Red Hills and Stony Hill sections that are supplied by pumps with supply by this evening. So Kingston and St. Andrew generally is doing okay. St. Thomas had some electrical problems from damage during the storm. Those are being resolved now, and it's expected that St. Thomas's pumping systems will be up before the end of the day. The larger issue that we face, as you can imagine, is in Western Jamaica. I'll start first with the Northwest. Something that we hadn't contemplated or certainly had hoped wouldn't happen has indeed occurred. The Great River water system is on the boundary of St. James and Hanover. Its intake pipes were dislodged and washed away in the storm. The Great River water system serves just under about 35 to 40% of St. James and most of Hanover up to about Logwood. So you understand the disruption that this will indeed cause. Contractors have already been mobilized. The pipes are already on site. We expect work to commence within another hour as the assessments are now complete. We have been working with NWA. There will be a temporary intake installed, which will cause some traffic disruption, and the longer term work will take about 6 weeks. But we expect to complete the temporary reconnection by Sunday evening. That will allow us to pump pretty much for 70% of Hanover and 35 to 40% of St. James. I think that's important for residents there to note. We do have a generator on site at this water treatment plant, so as soon as we're able to pull water into that facility, that will help. The Martha Brae system, which tends to be the next largest system supporting approximately 50% of northern Trelawney and about 50% of St. James, especially the Montego Bay metropolitan area, is being impacted by turbidity of the Martha Brae River. With where that is now, we expect that to significantly reduce over the next 36 hours. We do have generator on site. We will be able to pump water into homes immediately after turbidity subsides within that 36-hour period. Now, important to note, and this is something that happens all the time in St. James. St. James pulling from one source is perhaps an unfortunate way that we designed this water system some 40, 50 years ago. It takes a while to backfill the lines. So every time there's a break on the line in anywhere near Iberia Star or any of Coral Gardens, where there tends to be line breaks, which is why we're replacing that line. It takes approximately 1 week to backfill those lines. We pump from the Martha Brae to the terminal reservoir in the center of Montego Bay, and to backfill the lines right throughout the hilly interior of St. James, 1 week. We expect to start pumping within 36 hours. But I want there to be understanding that certainly immediately post that 36 hours, firstly, Northern Trelawney will see water in their pipes, and then Eastern St. James, not the political boundary, but the geographic region, will start to see the impact, and you'll move steadily into the center of Montego Bay to the terminal and the bogue systems there. Just want people to be aware that those are the constraints in that area. As it relates to Logwood, which is the major supply for Negril and sections up to about Landilo, it was damaged during the storm in terms of the electrical supply. We have repaired that and we have commenced pumping. So within the next 12 hours, persons from Logwood to Negril to about Landilo should be seeing water as we backfill those lines. We're working to do the assessments in the rest of Westmoreland. Access and connectivity with our team has indeed caused challenges. A team from Trelawney and Montego Bay is physically going to sites throughout the course of the day. We'll be better able to update as it relates Westmoreland, I would imagine by close of business. Portland, well, let me stick to the west first. St. Elizabeth, as you know, is in many ways ground zero. St. Elizabeth and I'd say Eastern Westmoreland is ground level for the disaster. We are currently doing the assessments. There are 17 systems that we had evaluated between Eastern St. Elizabeth and Central Westmoreland that we have made arrangements for generators. We are working with the JDF to establish the routes to install these over the next 36 to 48 hours. You will recall that we had stated that it was 72 hours post all clear that we would be able to deploy these generators. At that 72-hour mark, it will take for some of those systems 12 to 18 hours to backfill the lines. So we're working through those issues. Clarendon is currently impacted heavily by energy issues, certainly at our pumps. The JPS has advised that the major ones that service central Clarendon, not political boundary, but geographic boundaries, will be energized by this evening. That will give us significant reprieve. However, the major issue that we faced was in the Mineral Heights and the Woodside facilities. Those were significantly damaged by storm winds. We'll have a better feel as to how long those will take for restoration by the close of business. Engineering teams are indeed already there. The St. Catherine treatment plant is already back in operation. We expect backfilling of lines from Spanish Town, certainly into Old Harbour, to be complete before the end of the day, and persons in St. Catherine should largely have water supply by close of business. That's for the plains. As we know, as you have many pumps that function as lift stations into the hilly interior, into places like Riversdale, that will take some time as we restore those systems. We're doing the assessments now. Portland and indeed St. Thomas, though not in the brunt of the storm, would be impacted by turbidity issues and some power issues. We expect to deploy generators, 8 generators, which will function to restore approximately 50% of Portland and approximately 60% of St. Thomas before the end of the day. So we're working through those systems. Turbidity, we expect to largely subside over the next 36 to 48 hours. That will clear one hurdle. We're working very closely with our partners in JPS to restore power, firstly, to the systems that supply hospitals, infirmaries, places of safety, places of detention, and of course, airports, Minister Vaz. The other priority, which we had not stated, but we expect to be complete with our deployment of generators by tomorrow morning, is our loading bays for trucks. Those are being dealt with now. We have commenced loading bay operations at Logwood in Hanover to deal with most of Hanover and Western Westmoreland. We have commenced loading bay operations in Trelawney that will start to deal with Eastern St. James. We are working to get power source to a small well that we do have in Western St. James to commence trucking by this evening in the western half of St. James. Our trucking will be very inefficient because we may have to go to sources that are further away than the usual source as we get many sources up. But they will be operating as of this evening 24 hours a day to ensure we're able to backfill public institutions at night where we can get access and go into communities in the day. We are pushing very hard to deploy our generators and to work with JPS to hit our 70% target by the 72-hour mark of restoration for customers. Now, we are clear that many of our rural communities exist outside of the utility footprint and can be marooned or can be cut off from some of the small community tanks that they use. We have done an inventory of all the trucks that exist in the NWC license system, and we have mobilized those truckers to the stations that they can load, and we expect to be going into deep rural as well as into urban centers. We'll provide a further update, Minister Dixon, by way of some mechanism that me and you will agree this evening, perhaps around 6 o'clock, as we expect to have more progress at that time. Thank you.
Yes, he's going to update on the private sector meeting that I had said earlier.
So the Prime Minister, as a subset of the disaster risk mechanism, had asked me to engage with the private sector as it relates to food and medication. I would have had a meeting with the PSOJ, with representatives of the PSOJ, the JMEA, the JCC, the Shipping Association, and Port Authority this morning. We have looked at their current capacity on the ground. They're doing their internal assessments in terms of what they'll be able to contribute. They've formally engaged many of their suppliers for them internationally to also make donations, since they've benefited so well over decades in Jamaica. And we have formed a joint working group that will look at the distribution mechanism for over 200,000 packages over the next 10 to 21 days. That is the assessment of what we will need urgently to many of our affected communities. Now, this distribution mechanism will not be a one-size-fits-all. One of the things that we're doing throughout the course of the day and working with the JDF to do is we're assessing stores that exist in the areas worst affected that are standing and are able to operate and have stock and can be restocked because the roads are close to those areas. So in those areas where stores exist and have stock and are able to function, we'll be initiating a voucher system as soon as it's possible, because we don't need to mobilize physical goods to go there. Where stores are not in a position to operate, we will be dealing with packages, certainly with dry goods and non-perishables, so that they're able to make their own meals in that regard. We will also be supporting with several of their members in the food and beverage industry, through the JDF, through the ODPEM, through the Ministry of Labour, with cooked meals where they're able to support. So for instance, I know today across 3 of our major patty suppliers, some 35,000 patties are being baked to be sent to the West in Jamaica. And that's one initiative of many. But we'll be reconvening mid-afternoon, and we'll give a formal update in terms of how we plan to distribute significant food packages over the next 7 to 10 days to the worst affected areas this evening. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister. As you see, we're all jumping in where we can and supporting the effort as best as we can. One of the main questions we've had from the media, particularly, has been about the cat bond. And so, Minister Williams, we are going to ask you to give an update on that. Just noting we do have a cabinet meeting, so we will have to break soon because all of us are needed in cabinet. And so Minister Williams will go, and then Minister Mackenzie will give his and then Minister Williams first, and then Minister Wheatley, and then Minister Mackenzie will close.
Good morning again, everyone. All right, I know that we can agree that we can't prevent the storms and hurricanes that come at us. But one thing this government can be credited with is putting together a robust national natural disaster risk financing policy and taking the steps to ensure that we put the financing in place, the financing framework, and maintain it over the years and made it more robust, so that this morning we can stand here to remind you that that framework consists of several layers. The first layer that we can immediately call on is the contingencies fund with $5.3 billion. Then we have the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund with $1 billion. There are some conditions that apply, and we'll work through those. Layered on top of that are our different insurance policies, and we do have 2 insurance policies with the Caribbean Catastrophe Insurance Facility, otherwise called CRIF, C-C-R-I-F. And the coverage there for tropical cyclone is US $91.6 million. And for excess rainfall, the coverage is US $37.3 million, of course. Those are also parametric insurance, meaning preset conditions, and those will be calibrated, and we will get information as to whether or not there would be a payout from that insurance. On top of that, we do have the catastrophe bond, otherwise called CAT bond, for a potential is triggered. I know that there have been many articles written, many questions asked. It was only this morning that I got word from our financial secretary, but I wish to take that word to cabinet for discussion before we talk about it publicly in the press. Additionally, we do have loans, contingent loans from our international partners. And so from the IDB, we also have a contingent credit facility of US $285 million. So you can see if the layers are exhausted, you can see how we can continue to the next layer. And so I just want to remind you that we do have these facilities in place. We don't have all the information just yet as to precisely what the payout will be from each of them. But as we get that information after updating the Prime Minister and the Cabinet, we will make that available to you. And you saw this morning as well, the Premier from Cayman, $1 million Caymanian dollars. You heard the list from Minister Dana Dixon about just all the contributions that have come in to date. And so I know as the world looks on and they get more information about just the devastation that we faced, that we will continue to see our neighbors, not only in the Caribbean, but across the world, rally to our assistance. So that would be my update, Minister. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minister Williams. So we now have Minister Wheatley. This is your first time with me. Good. And you have a very sobering update for us. So thank you, Minister, for being here.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good morning, everyone. While Jamaica and the government tries to deal with the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, we have some unscrupulous players, not necessarily within Jamaica, but worldwide, trying to take disadvantage of the situation. The Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team, Jamaica CERT, is issuing an urgent alert to the public in Jamaica and worldwide regarding the emergence of fraudulent websites attempting to exploit generosity in the wake of Hurricane Melissa. Jamaica CERT's monitoring systems have detected multiple suspicious domains currently under development that appears designed to divert hurricane relief donations away from legitimate channels. In fact, up to last night, we identified 8 such sites, and just now it has been updated to 28 sites that are attempting to divert contributions, donations from legitimate sources. These malicious actors are creating fake websites with names deliberately similar to Jamaica's official donation portal. We have identified some of these domains as JamaicaHurricaneHelp.net, JamaicaHurricaneHelp.org, Jamaica-Hurricane-Help.com, MelissaReliefJamaica.net, MelissaReliefJamaica.com, MelissaReliefJamaica.org, SupportJamaicaGovJM.com, SupportJamaicaGovJM.net, and you recognize that the last two are very much similar to our official website. The main difference is that all of our websites, our official website ends with .gov.jm.com. What you have identified, ladies and gentlemen, is that these sites are at varying stages of development, but Jamaica Search suspect that these sites may become active in coming days. The only legitimate government website for Hurricane Melissa relief donations is https://www.supportjamaica.gov.jm. So you'll see that our official website ends with .gov.jm. How should you protect yourselves? Verify the URL carefully. As I stated earlier, the official site ends in .gov.jm and not .com, .net, or .org. We ask that persons who wish to donate to type the address directly. Do not click links in unsolicited emails or social media messages. Look for security indicators. Ensure the site shows https:// and look for a padlock icon. Again, that speaks to the security of the site. We are asking persons to be suspicious of urgent requests. Scammers create artificial urgency to bypass your careful judgment. We ask that you research any organization. If you are donating through a charity, verify its legitimacy through independent sources. What to do if you encounter a suspicious site? Do not enter any personal or financial information. Do not make any payments. Report the site immediately to Jamaica CERT at jamaica.cert@opm.gov.jm. And you must also share this warning with friends and family as well. A message to our international donors. The government of Jamaica recognizes and deeply appreciates the global outpouring of support for Jamaica during this difficult time. We urge all international donors to exercise caution and use only the official government portal. Your generosity should reach those who need it most, not criminal enterprises. Jamaica CERT continues to actively monitor for additional fraudulent domains and is working with international cybersecurity partners and domain registrars to shut down these malicious operations. Again, the public will be notified on a continuous basis of any development in this area. Ladies and gentlemen, Jamaica, Hurricane Melissa has caused significant damage across Jamaica, and the need for legitimate assistance is real and urgent. By staying vigilant against these scams, we can ensure that charitable donations reach the Jamaican people who desperately need support.
Thank you, Minister. You heard it. There are people out there trying to get money via nefarious means, and you have to, that's why we created the .gov.jm extension, because we know that we need to be able to say that something is legitimately the government of Jamaica. There are some other legitimate sites that are out there, some very important organizations. Please do your research before you use any of them. If you're looking for the official government of Jamaica site, it is supportjamaica.gov.jm, and so many people, there have been thousands of people already on that site giving contributions from around the world, and we thank all of them. And we've been joined by Minister Grange, who has said that she is doing some work in terms of mobilizing to support from the entertainment sector, and we know she's very good at that, and we're going to need all of that support going forward. And so you'll be hearing more on the initiatives coming out of the Ministry of Culture and Entertainment and Gender and Sports as they support the effort to get the donations in and to support the communities that are in need. And so our last presenter this morning, and we do have to go to Cabinet, is Minister Mackenzie. Minister Mackenzie is our Deputy Chair of the National Disaster Risk Council, and he'll give you his official update.
Thank you, Minister, colleagues, permanent secretaries, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I will be very brief because most of the updates that are probably critical to the concerns of many Jamaicans have been addressed by Minister Vaz, Minister Morgan, and Minister Semuda. And we have had another layer of concerns based on the presentation just made by Minister Wheatley. I just want to quickly give an update on the state of our shelters and to advise that presently we have 521 shelters which are fully in operation. Now, the numbers in the shelters would have reduced substantially over the last day because many persons who went to the shelter out of precaution have left those facilities and have gone back home. So we are down to about 13,000 persons within shelters. I know we can't speak specifically to the 4 parishes that has been devastated because the communications with those parishes is very difficult. I got a call from the mayor of Black River this morning, and we spoke, and we are making arrangements to get food and water into Slipe and another community in St. Elizabeth that he spoke to me about, and those efforts are presently on the way. Just to advise the country of the 6 most severely impacted parishes: Manchester, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, and over Westmoreland and St. James. Over 170 communities within these parishes have been moderately or severely affected by flooding, land slippage, and other aspects of Hurricane Melissa. Just want to update that the Emergency Secure Response Team, and Minister Dixon would have spoken briefly to it earlier on, comprising 117 members of the Jamaica Defense Force Disaster Assistance Response Team, the DART, has been deployed to assist with search and rescue, and they are en route making clearance and distributing food packages along with the Jamaica Constabulary Force and the Jamaica Fire Brigade in many communities that are accessible. The relief operation continue in collaboration with national and international partners, including World Food Program UNICEF, SIDEMA, and other such agencies, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, and thousands of well-thinking Jamaicans. Already, Minister Williams met the Caymanian delegation, and more relief supplies are en route to Jamaica. I just want to close now by saying, I spoke yesterday again about the question of the operation of the shelters. And again, social media is making hell out of what the government is doing. There is no truth that as of midday today, all shelters will be closed. That is not true. That is just not true. So the shelters will remain in operation, especially in the parishes that have been severely affected by the passage of the hurricane. We are making arrangements as I speak to get igloos with ice and water and food supplies to these affected areas. Over the next 2 days, a massive relief program between ODPEM, the Ministry of Labor, and our partners will intensify to get relief supplies to the various communities. Later on, I hope we will be able to give a proper update on the number of deaths so far. Again, I've been hearing some stories that I don't want to repeat, and I'm not going to repeat those stories because the police have not confirmed those reports. But what I will say is there has been casualties, and we do anticipate, based on our information, that there'll be more. But I'm asking persons only to respond to the official statement coming out of the ODPEM or from the Minister of Information, who will receive those information and will provide them to the public. So this is just a brief update. We continue to work. We continue to do all we can to ensure that we reach those who are in need. Thank you, Minister.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. So you see there's a lot of work happening, and as I said at the top, the Prime Minister plans to, as long as the weather holds up for him, he will be going to see Westmoreland today and Hanover, and he will continue the flyovers of the interior, so some parts of Clarendon too, and Manchester, and Trelawney we'll also be able to look at. The helicopters are already up, JDF is up. We are actually starting to get food out into the affected areas as best as possible. We will continue to do that. I just need to note there are many international development partners and agencies that are working with us. The World Central Kitchen is one that is doing quite a lot of work. They've done over 100 million food packages around the world last year, and they are on their way to Jamaica. They actually have already started. I know they have a partnership with Island Grill, and they were distributing food already. And they came in this morning, Minister Williams is saying, and they're going to do some real good work with us. I know Hart will be working with them, with some of our trainees in the chef area. They did some yesterday, 6,400 meals yesterday, 20,000 today, and 100,000 per day is what they're trying to do. We also have some other partners who are coming in today with helicopters specially designed to deliver food in areas that are cut off. And so we're going to be able to drop food items, even if we cannot get there by road. We're going to drop food items in the affected areas. We are working hard to get food to people and water as is necessary. In terms of other updates that I'll quickly give you before we move on, I just wanted to note that I know there are some persons, in Kingston we've not been affected as much, and we are really very devastated excited for what is happening. I know there are teams right now of volunteers across the areas on the eastern side of the island that are packing goods at the Salvation Army that will go out to the communities that need it. Yesterday, I told you there was a team, there's a big team at ODPEM that's working 24 hours a day. Yesterday, we had some really great Samaritans just show up. Good Samaritans show up. Michelle Smith from Chocolate Dreams, she brought brownies for the team there. Summer Palace delivered special lunch for the team there. Sugar and Spice dropped off cakes for them. I just want to thank Corporate Jamaica that is trying to just support all of the emergency teams that are working. We have a lot more work to do, and we are very grateful for all support that is coming in. I'm going to now move to the questions. I have some questions here. There was one again about bodies. We are hearing reports of dead bodies. We have to confirm them, as I said, and as I said, the police are going to be working on that. The JDF does have a helicopter that will be going out. We will retrieve whatever bodies there are, but we have to confirm them before we can give you any numbers, and we're actively working to do that right now. I have a question for Minister Morgan. So if you can just join me, Minister Morgan. It is from Emily Shields, and she would like to know about the NWA teams and private contractors. Are they working from St. Elizabeth westward, meaning they won't get to Westmoreland until St. Elizabeth is cleared? Is the NWA team working all over the country?
Thank you very much, Dana, for that question. The National Works Agency has engaged contractors in every single parish. Even before, and I want to explain it, at the beginning of the hurricane season, the NWA invites qualified contractors to tell us, do you want to work if there's a disaster? And many contractors say yes. Since the event of Melissa, we again reached out to not only qualified contractors, but anyone who has equipment who is willing to assist us. And we have said to the parish teams, if the person has a backhoe, a front-end loader, an excavator, and there's a need for it, use them. We can deal with the administrative side of it after. So there is absolutely no restriction nationally about the engagement of reputable persons who have equipment and expertise to assist in the recovery. Westmoreland, Hanover, St. James, St. Elizabeth, Trelawney, all parishes across the island. And I want to say to the people in Westmoreland, it goes for you as it goes for Hanover, as it goes for Trelawney, as it goes for Clarendon.
Thank you. Everybody.
Thank
We
you
are
very
everywhere. NWA is everywhere. There is no area that is being focused on. They are everywhere. I think we have one here. Thank you, Minister. But you could stay because I think they may ask you more questions. Mahiri? Can't hear you. Right.
Before we head to nationwide, Minister Dixon, I know a lot of persons have been reaching out. They want to become volunteers. They want to become volunteers. And there's this popular site that I would want someone from ODPEM to confirm. It's odpem.itechinnovations.com. We just want to know if this is a legitimate site where persons can register to become volunteers, please.
All right, they're asking
That's
that you
not
go to
the-
ODPEM. There's something that sounds weird, but
There's
we'll
not.
find out. That's Minister Mackenzie.
We welcome volunteers. The ODPEM already have they have about over 2,500 volunteers. But that website that you just named is not something that we are familiar with, so I would refer people to go directly to the ODPEM website, okay? To the ODPEM website, please.
All right, thank you,
All right, I'm
Minister.
just noting, there's some, I know there was a call yesterday for volunteers to help with the Salvation Army, for example, and many persons went there this morning. I've been seeing pictures of people packing food there to support. And so we're going to be, there are avenues for volunteering. Obviously, right now, we're focusing on clearing the roads, on getting supplies to those who need it. And there are opportunities to volunteers, but go on ODPEM. There are a lot of sites, as Minister Wheatley has said, that are masquerading as official sites, so please be careful.
Morning, everybody. Mahir Stewart, Nationwide News here. Question to Minister Mackenzie. We did hear of one incident of one of the disaster response workers being injured before the hurricane had made landfall, but following the passage, we know of the citizens that are marooned, but in terms of the workers that are already in the areas working, is there anything you can say in terms of whether or not they're okay?
The workers, the question was about our emergency response workers. Are they all okay? Has anyone been injured?
Well, thank God they are okay, and they have been working 24 hours around the clock, especially in the areas that have been affected more than other areas. And I must commend the JDF, the Jamaica Fire Brigade, and the Jamaica Constabulary Force and our workers on the ground. They have been true to the cause, and they are doing a wonderful job. And thank God so far none of them have sustained any injuries.
And question to Minister Morris Dixon. We've received reports at Nationwide News of some institutions that have dorms that are closing the dorms despite the fact that they may have students in them that are from the areas that have been worst hit by the hurricane. In terms of your advice to these schools that are housing these students, what would you advise them to do?
What I would say is that we are Jamaican people and we take care of each other. We cannot send home a student to a place where they do not have shelter. We cannot do that. We have to think about each of these students, think about what they are going through. Many of them have not heard anything from their families. And so we have to do the responsible thing. And I ask all of the leaders across the system that they do the right thing. And I know they know what the right thing is. Ask yourself, what would Jesus do? And do that.
And last question, I guess it would be to Minister Vaz. We know that the JUTC for the most part is up and running in this area. I know the rural school buses were used in terms of transporting persons to shelters. But given that schools aren't open right now, in terms of the usage of those rural school buses, will they still be used during this process to get aid to different areas?
At this point, whatever, at this point, whatever is needed will be done. If that becomes a necessity, we will action it.
All right. Thank you. I think those are all of the questions. As I said, we do have a cabinet meeting that we need to get to. But again, saying to Jamaica that the government is working really hard. All our emergency teams are out there. The JDF is out there. And what's so amazing is that so many Jamaicans have been going out to help the JDF team. We are trying to get to the areas that have been marooned. We will get there. We also have equipment in that we are clearing right as we speak that can drop the food items and other supplies into communities that are marooned. We are going to get to every single Jamaican and give them support. So as we close, we thank you. We will be giving another update tomorrow. Stay tuned for that time, and we will run off to cabinet. But as always, let's continue to pray for those who are hurting, who are really, really deeply in distress today across Western Jamaica. Let's keep them in prayer and let's pray for the entire country of Jamaica. Thank you.